morning and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's round 4 of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 Championship taking place right here in Antigua and Barbuda on a lovely Easter weekend. We say good day to all the folks who are following the West Indies YouTube channel all around the world, and we thank you very much for supporting West Indies cricket in a very big way. I'm Vernon A. Springer. Alongside me will be Marley Richards, and today we will be bringing round 4 of the very big game. We'll have to call it a big game. League leaders so far undefeated. The Barbados under 15 team and Jamaica under 15 not doing too well. Missed out in their last game, but Barbados are 2-0, and really so far the man of the moment has been DeMarco Wiggins with 229 runs, back-to-back hundreds. So I'm looking forward to see him today in action. And also the Jamaica will be looking to rebound back and maybe try and stop the powerhouse of the Barbados under 15 team. The news is that the Jamaica under 15 team would have won the toss, and they have decided that they're going to bat first. And so the Barbados team will be looking to roll over DeMarco Wiggins. We have Kalini Clark, Jaden Chase, Kemar Dixon, Jahidi Hines, Antoine McCoby, Justin Paris. We also have Romaro Stout and Javid Warrell. So Jamaica fielding a very big team, and Wiggins just organizing his team at the start of the action here. He's up first slip, so they're starting with a slip. And anytime now we'll be able to have the first ball being bowled. So we're lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Very sunny. I want us to give some major credit to the folks who have been able to keep Coolidge Cricket Ground going in this action. Hines. First delivery is turned into the square leg error. And straight away the batsman wearing the number 6, he can't score. And the number 6 for the Jamaica team today would be Abraham Waugh. He's not a Steve Waugh or a Mark Waugh. Tall, elegant youngster. I want to say thanks to Junie. Well, back and across on the money is Hines. Played it up to cover. So action time here. Lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. The Caribbean is blessed with so much talent. We have the Carifta Games, the 51st edition of the Carifta Games taking place in Grenada, Spice Isle. A lot of medals. Hines towards cricket game. He's turning this. Little indecision, but in the end, he got the single. So a little hesitation, but they're off and running. Tyson Gordon Jr., he now comes into strike. Both opening batsmen for the under 15 right-handers. So good morning to Mr. Basil Chambers. We have so many Chambers coming out of Jamaica. Jamaica dominating the Carifta Games, continues to dominate. And the gap just getting closer in the Carifta Games, the youth level. On the money is Gordon. Just really just turned him around there with that delivery there from Hines. Tall lad. Coach Roddy Eswick, my good friend. Say good morning to Henderson Springer and Agent Donovan in Barbados, Milton Small, all the coaches. Good take. Now the folks in Jamaica would be glued to their phones, following the progress. Nehemiah Perry. Morning, Perry. Robert Haynes, I know, would be also very glued as well. Good delivery. I had some bounce on it. Played well. Nice soft hands here by Tyson Gordon Jr. Got on top of it. It was back and across. So the first over has just yielded 1 run. So, but Jamaica winning the toss and batting first. They won without loss. Jamaica team leaving out Freighter. Tesfa Ward is also out, and Delante Scott. Team would see Plummer, Salmon, Hall. Looking forward to see Hall. He's got some 68 runs so far in the championship, so he'll be looking to increase on that. No, in fact, 77 runs, 152 balls, 202 minutes. You want to get better. Number 10 for Barbados, Combi, weighing also a very big number. Antoine starts from the media center and goes past umpire Ogis down the onside. He starts with a wide, almost like a cardinal sin that you would recognize that once you see that going down the onside. So before this championship, we've had 11 half centuries and 2 centuries so far. Extras rate has been pretty high, 319 extras, 31 maidens. Total of 179 boundaries have been hit and 43 maximums. Driven beautifully by Abraham Moore. Out to the sweeper on the offside. The Barbados has got protection in that area. And Antoine Macombi not having the same pace as Hines, so he's more or less, as you would say, a medium pacer, ball into a 6-3 field with just 1 slip to Abraham Moore. Tyson Gordon Jr. on top of it. He's playing it, maybe just having a look to see the pace. Barbados captain DeMarco Wiggins, very active. He's working out his angles. One thing I can say to a number of folks, at a very early age, from the under 13 level, they're really being taught the game. Spend a lot of time off the field. Good leave by Tyson Gordon. Good carry to here as well on this track. 3 without loss. Macombi starting with a wide. And Tyson Gordon is on north. Down the onside, another extra. Just needs to get it lined up. Antoine. Just more or less just pushing the delivery more or less. Just needs to get as close as possible, get that leading arm up. Nice firm wrist behind the line of the ball. Just relax and just allow it to come out. Nice. Just remember what his coaches would have told him over the last couple of months, days. Good carry. That was an effort ball from him. More or less beat Tyson Gordon Jr. for pace. Four without loss, Jamaica. Turned into the short mid-wicket area. Can't score. DeMarco Wiggins, the captain, says to the guys, keep chirping, keep coming. And good carry. So the end of over number 2. And at the end of 2, Jamaica, they're 4 without loss. Just to remind you that the 9th edition of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, June 1st to the 29th, West Indies and the United States of America, 55 matches in total, 40 group stage matches, 20 teams, the biggest T20 World Cup ever, 9 Super 4 matches, and the Caribbean destinations, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Ghana, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Trinidad and Tobago. And 3 games in the United, not 3, but 3 venues used in the United States. Nassau County, New York. We break Hines to Abraham Wall. He's back on a crossing, just playing it up the V. Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium in Dallas, they'll host 4 games. Barrow County Stadium in Fort Lauderdale, they will also host 4 games. And in Nassau County, New York, they're building a stadium. They'll host 8 games. June 9th, India versus Pakistan. That's really dubbed to be one of the biggest games in the preliminary round of matches. Here is Abraham Ward just steering this into the offside area and getting a very comfortable single. Might be playing on the minds of Tyson Gordon Jr. He's a naught from 8. He just needs to be able to look somewhere around on this vast acres of space here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground and get himself his first run. Hines to Gordon. Gordon is forward. Has to look to get a run. Will take the strike. It's going to be very, very, very important. Sort of looking at, before the start of this competition, very high percentage of dot balls. 1,845 dot balls. I think this is an area which we certainly have to improve on. Our coaches have to get our batsmen to start finding the gaps in terms of the drills, back and across. And you can play with soft hands. You don't have to be looking for power at all times. Next round of matches, the final round of matches will be taking place on Wednesday. We're a long way from that. The final round we'll see Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, so we'll be back here for that one. Barbados versus the Windward Islands at Bethesda, and Leeward Islands versus Guyana at Liberta today on Easter Monday, a holiday here in the wider part of the Eastern Caribbean. Windward Islands versus Guyana at Bethesda, and Leeward Islands versus Trinidad in Liberta. On the money again. Over completed, and at the end of 3 overs, Jamaica, who have won the toss, they're 5 without loss, not trying to maximize the power players yet. Barbados so far certainly worked on a winning strategy. They've gone hard when they've batted. In fact, in this competition, they batted twice. And at the top of the order, Wiggins is really taking a liking to a number of the bowlers. So we're looking forward to see him today. Stared down to third man is Abraham Moore. Nice soft hands. He's thinking about 2. And I know our coaches like to illustrate to our young players at the youth level, both male and female, you know, to bat long, but you can't bat long and don't get runs. The name of the game is to get runs. And so you have to look around. You have to understand, how am I going to get the single? I'm going to have rotation of the strike. All 4 to Abraham Moore, 6 without loss. Gordon is still not. That cut him in half. That's a Jaffa. He was caught on the crease. He was really neither. Didn't get out to the pitch of the ball. He was just looking to defend. He just walked across the field, across the crease, and beaten all ends up. And it missed everything. When you bowl a delivery like that, you expect to get a nick. Antoine didn't get a nick at that time. Gordon not. Again on top of it and defending nicely. Barbados starting with a slip in Wiggins. Third man, backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid on. Mid off, short mid wicket very close. Again, Gordon is like he's lining up for a test match. Wants to bat all day. 50 overs, 300 balls. And what he has to understand is that you don't want one particular bowler to be at least bowling to you all the time. So you want to relieve that pressure. Not from 15. Again, defending nicely. Barbados bowling more or less to a 6-3 field. They've got a short fine leg inside the 30-yard circle. The deep backward skillet fielder is back onto the boundary. We've got a short mid-wicket, a mid-off. So very strategic by DeMarco Wiggins. Pushed up to the offside, can't beat the cover fielder. And the end of over number 4. Jamaica would have won the toss. They're 6 without loss. Morning, Mali.
Morning, Vernon. Morning, everyone. Big contest this, especially for Jamaica. Looking to get off the mark here in the Rising Stars Under 15 Challenge 2024.
Nice and straight, being punched up to the short extra cover.
I think this start, as you were saying, Vernon, just suggests it's a team and a batting lineup just a little short of confidence. Taking a bit of time here.
The leading batsman has been their captain, Demaro Hall, with 77 runs, so nothing much to shout about for the Jamaica under 15 batting team. Here is Ward driving out to the sweeper on the offside. And Gordon has to be more alert. He hasn't woken up as yet.
Probably the first time, actually, we're seeing a team in the power play, a fielding team that is, employ a extra cover on the boundary, or a cover on the boundary.
And for both bowlers as well. Finally, Gordon is off the mark, steering this down to third man.
It's tended to be third man and fine leg more often than not. So a change of tact here by the Barbados team.
And to be fair, the opening bowlers have not really been out and out real fast bowlers. They may be concentrated on line and leg as compared to Arif Khan from the Guyana. Push down the ground, good positive single. Fielder took a very long time to get to that ball. He was like waiting on it.
It was hit quite firmly as well.
Yeah.
Almost caught on his heels, the fielder there at mid-off. I think if he could have attacked that one, there was a chance for a run out on the cards.
I think that might have been Jaden Chase, was caught on the back foot. Gordon driving again. So it's a sort of pressurized situation. I know this is just only over number 5. Jamaica is 9 without loss. But you've seen a ploy even from the Barbados team. A lot of the teams have tried to go hard in the power play the first 10 overs. Jamaica opting for a new approach, maybe to have a look. No boundaries yet. Honing in at those stumps as Hines. 3 runs coming out of the over. 5 overs Bowled 9 without loss.
I think apart from Barbados, who have been consistently putting pressure on the opposition bowlers inside the power play, most of the other teams have just allowed the new ball bowlers to bowl, especially within the first 10, and they found it a real struggle to catch up later on in the innings.
And that's because a lot of the bowlers who are bowled at the top, they've been able to swing the ball around consistently. We've not seen any swing here this morning as yet. Late swing, just maybe 1 or 2 deliveries. Good carry, but it was outside more or less the 4th stump line. Really nothing much to bother.
Well, McCombie gets the new ball here. The previous match he would have come in first change. 6 overs, 1 for 15. Very economical indeed.
Well, that's very conservative too. But every time now and again he bowls an effort ball, you could see that he has some pace. On top of it is Abraham Moore, punching it up to the cover area in the offside. So one will have to give some credit. They've been very disciplined because there's been no boundaries, 9 without loss. And outside of the couple of wides that they've tried to push, Jamaica have had to really fight for their runs so far. Been given nothing to pounce on. First real aggressive shot. But he walked across, he didn't go back, more or less. Gordon is 1. Horizon 6 from 13. Gordon 1 from 20.
I think it's the first time we're seeing War in this tournament. Abraham War, quite an interesting name, isn't it? War, surname that is, more associated with Australian cricket.
Steve and Mark War, punching again up to cover. It's just unique when you follow the cricket and the names from all around.
Especially when you think of, you know, the Australian team in particular, as they would say, ending the dominance of West Indies cricket, where it happened. That partnership, that big double 100 by Steve Waugh, that was in Sabina Park, wasn't it?
Park in Jamaica. It's almost like when sometimes you look onto the Barbados team and you would see a lot of Drakes, and they're really not related.
Related as well. Well, we don't have our resident Bajan expert here in Joel Manning.
Driving loosely there as well.
To be fair, Philip Spooner, he's an encyclopedia of Barbados cricket.
He certainly is. But on this team here, you have a lot of Clarks. So Davon Clark, Kalani Clark. You've also got a Jaden Chase. So those are names that, you know, you got a Paris as well, too.
And Zarel Harding as well.
Yeah. And a Hines. So good morning to Ryan Hines.
Stout.
You got it, yeah. Stout is, you would have had a Kevin Stout. You got a Javid Warrell. You got a Mike Warrell, who's a wicketkeeper from Barbados. Caught. Beautiful delivery. Loose shot from Abraham Moore. What was he waiting for? Never got out to the pitch of the ball. Just the hands went. And a low, sharp catch by the Barbados under 15 captain, DeMarco Wiggins. He's a massive guy. And he cupped that comfortably. Look at it, Marley.
Yeah, just a bit of swing there. Caught quite comfortably, as you said, by the in-form DeMarco Wiggins. He's seeing the ball quite nicely. You know what they say, if you're catching well in slip, you're probably batting very well as well. You're watching the ball all the way in. The first wicket goes down. Abraham Moore has to depart. Jamaica 9 for 1.
McCombie striking early for the Barbados under 15 team.
It was a fantastic length, Vern. It just lured the batter into that stroke. Didn't quite transfer the weight as positively as he would like. Took the edge. And Wiggins did the rest.
So good morning to Franklin Stevenson. He's still launching his program. Really not only cricket, but golf too. He's also got a golf academy. So much talent in the Caribbean, Mali. When you look around, we've had so many greats who continue to still give back to the game. Damari Hall, so much resting on this young man's shoulder. Jamaica captain, plays first division cricket in Jamaica. Could this be his day? He's on the money straight away.
Got a half century in the previous match. Damari Hall. In the end, fell 14 runs short of that 219. Bowled out for 205.
Yeah, wide delivery. So he's not on strike yet, but a lot of pressure on him. The expectation is so high, Mali. It's like, you know, you hear the name. You know, we've got young Adrian Hetmai who scored 24. The expectation is so high. Everybody all around the world will be looking, waiting. Here's Gordon back and steering this down to backward point. And I think it's the weight of expectation when you're coming from your local competition, be it Grenada, Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, and you come into a Cricket West Indies under 15 championship, under 17 or under 19, then everyone expects that you're supposed to be the big boy.
Yep, that pressure of expectation. These youngsters learning the different requirements of them as they progress in their careers. As we said the other day, it's not just physical, it's mental as well. Especially now growing up, all these matches are being streamed, so your game is going to be analyzed, it's going to be investigated. You're putting stuff on film, footage on film now for people to really go over.
Here is Gordon back and missing out. Really should have hammered that. Sort of tried to stay. He didn't go hard. I think he was going hard. Big save by the fielder at backward point.
It was timed quite nicely. Good bit of feeling there at backward point. Just what you need from your fielders. Backing up the bowler, maybe just a little wide.
Basaram. Hines bounding away. He's driving hard down to third man. Barbados has only got one slip. A little conservative. So Tyson Gordon feeling the pressure, Mali. Went hard there.
In his half century in the previous match versus Guyana, you would have faced some 111 balls for 52. So he was a little slow. Gordon as well at the other end. Faced 110 for 57.
So Damaro Hall, the Jamaica under 15 captain who would have missed the last under 15 championship played in 2022. He's now back.
I think Ryan Littleton missed out in the last match, but got a half century in their second game.
The mannerism of Hall here.
But this partnership, I think, for the Jamaicans, absolutely key. Springs.
Punching it up.
Well set field as well. I like this. Barbados seem to be on top of their game here. Bowlers are executing as well. End of that over. 7 gone. Just 3 remaining in the power play. 11 for 1.
So it's been slow going here for the Jamaica under 15 team after they would have won the toss. And they need to be motoring on because, like I said, the concept of, you know, telling players to just bat all 50 and just make 120 against this Barbados powerhouse team here who tends to go hard in the power play. You have to get runs on the board. Driven.
Oh, this one.
Suicide. Oh, ooh. I think Hall might have been caught napping there, Mali. Jaden Chase again.
Yeah, I thought he chose the wrong end, to be fair. Hall called for it, but he was closer. Chose the wicket-keeper's end rather than the bowler's end. It's closer to the bowler's end. Think he could have had a go there.
And it's like a mindset, Mali. You just thought that, hey, let me just try and put some pressure.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think this pressure actually is trickled into the Jamaica batting lineup here, and it's affected the running. The pressure being applied by these Barbados fast bowlers. 3 from 26, Tyson Gordon looking to get off strike. Risky run. This run rate below 2, 1.67.
Wiggins still continuing with his 6-3 field. Very strategic in the field placing. All driving.
Bit of shape as well. That one just started just on that off stump.
Pretty
tailing into middle.
Pretty interesting field placing, Mali. He's got a sweeper. No, he's got a third man, which is wide. He's got a deep backward square.
Yeah, just allow the 2 fielders outside the circle in this first 10 overs.
And he's brought the fine leg up into the circle. And you would more or less say the middle.
I quite like this. I quite like this. He's just trying to keep the batter off balance.
Very innovative. He's been the best innovative captain we've seen so far in terms of his field placing. On top of it is Hall and just steering it down to his opposite member in Wiggins, Barbados under 15 captain.
I think he just wants to plant the idea that a short ball could be coming as well. So just looking to keep the batter off balance slightly, even when he bowls that fuller length. Maybe hoping to catch him on the crease. Maybe doesn't transfer the weight as positively, takes the edge. Wiggins there, we've seen how he's been catching.
Down the onside. Gives away a wide. So it came off script there. Anton McCombie.
That's the thing. At times, I think, especially 50 over cricket, it can be choreographed, can't it? Especially with the field placings, especially at the highest level. As good as bowlers are, more often than not, they hit their areas. So you can tell more often than not where the ball is going to be bowled based on how the field's set.
Hall, still a not. And I think we have to begin to prepare our young players to understand at a very early age, how do I upset an Antoine McCombie? We've got to be able to find a way to get a run.
Yeah, I think our brand of 50 over cricket in particular, it's just become a bit stale. I think this is the breeding ground in which we have to start to instill those skills.
Turn, big save by the wicketkeeper. Didn't have a lot of pace, Mali. Got a little bat onto it, but it died. The keeper made a big save to stop that.
I think one area in particular is in the opening partnerships and the power play. We don't seem to have that problem so much in the T20, but in 50 over cricket.
I think because we've been told to just bat 50 overs.
Especially with Hope batting in the middle order as well.
Yes. 13 for 1. Compact. Playing the ball from right under his eyes. Over number 8 comes to an end. And Jamaica under 15 would have won the toss here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They are 13 for 1 at the end of it.
Yeah, it's been all Barbados so far. As you said, Gordon finding it a real struggle here. 3 from 26. Winning the toss and batting conditions pretty good for batting. Maybe not the quickest. We're going to see the pitch here today. Probably quick enough as the game progresses.
It's been a good cricket wicket so far.
Definitely has. It's had a couple of days preparation, a couple of days rest.
Hines from the CIA road end. There's a appeal for caught behind. Not out. Don't think he nicked that.
They went up instantly though.
I think Hines knew that too.
Wicketkeeper was quite confident. Hines as well, once again, just outside that off stump, a hint of movement.
Beat him.
Beat him. All ends up outside that off stump.
Maybe just trying to put the umpire under some pressure. Yeah. 13 for 1. Nothing is wrong with that. The umpire has to do is to execute.
What's Gordon's release shot going to be here? I think he could just look to advance. These are some of the skills you're probably looking to instill. Just looking to knock Hines off his length. This one
He's out caught. He's out caught. Just as Mally was talking about it, pressure. He didn't know how he was going to be able to get a run. Gordon goes back. Caught at the short extra cover area for 3. Very simple catch. Looks like it's Dixon taking it.
2 down now for the Jamaicans. And we've seen pressure affect the most seasoned of pros, Vernon. This is the under 15 level. And once again, just a timid stroke, really. You want to see these young guys being confident regardless of result. Being committed to strokes. And at the end of the day, young Gordon Jr., you'll be very, very disappointed with that soft dismissal. Neither defense nor attack. Once again, something that you've spoken about. Just an in-between stroke. In the end, just lobbing it to that short fielder at extra cover. 13 for 2. Jamaica under pressure.
We have to allow the players to express themselves, Mally. I have not seen DeMarco Wiggins, but you just listening, you could tell that the Barbados coaching staff just allowed him. Maybe that's just his natural game. Just go and play some shots. That's what you really want to see. And for some strange reason, Tyson Gordon, he was caught in 2 minds. In the end, he's back in the hut. 13 for 2. Smith comes out for Jamaica. Deshaun Smith. Ooh. Almost caught in the crease there. Hines honing at those pads. He's turned around. I almost thought that I was looking at this. Tate Shandapal.
It was a little skiddy, that one. Well played in the end. But Hines, good disciplined stuff this.
Deshaun Smith. He's on naught. Gets his second delivery. Just tears it out into the offside. They're thinking about 2. Has to change your mind very quickly. Hall is not interested, so Smith is off the mark with 1. And the score in the meantime goes up to 14 for 1 in over number 9.
So coming in at number 4 here is Smith.
When I look at DeMarco Wiggins, Mally, it reminds me of my first on the time that I saw Raheem Cornwall in the 13 and under tournament. Ken Hall, pensive, really not confident with that stride there.
I think Big Jim was quite his junkie.
Well, not in the stature I was talking about. The stature.
It's quite tall, wasn't it?
Well, at that level, for his style there, he's a short is short, like a guy come in, you know what I mean? Good football skills. First time I saw him in the field, and he was just joking around. Yeah, he wanted to play football, hook off everybody. Over comes to an end, 9 overs. We had some mad skills at that level the first time I saw him. Fell in love with him because he sort of played some real proper cricket shots at that level, under 13. Didn't score a lot of runs, but you could have told that he was going to be something special. There's an assertiveness here from Wiggins. He starts to get his angles worked out. No pressure yet, so we want to see how he'll handle the pressure.
As we were saying, Deshaun Smith coming in at number 4 would have opened in the previous match. So just a few changes in terms of the batting lineup here for Jamaica, illustrating the struggles that they've had so far in the tournament.
12 new players.
Yeah, you do expect that.
Still trying to find the right combination.
The right combination as well. Swing once again. Bit of outswing this time, full in length. Maybe just doing Smith for a bit of pace. So the Jamaicans have to be wary here. The Barbados bowlers can just get a couple in the right areas, even just a bit straighter.
I think at this level you have to attack the stumps. especially with that Kookaburra new ball. He now pushes that one down the onside. Wide call. The Barbados emergency fielders are very active. Guess this is going to be a good run out for them here today.
I was actually hoping that Barbados could have won the toss and batted in these conditions at the CCG. In swing this time, but squeezed away from Smith.
Again, just as Mali was talking about, Hall not sure, hesitating. He was just like he was just contented to just hold up there. Not saying that it would have been 2 runs, but the intent, he already was like a traffic policeman saying no.
That's something we've seen these young guys actually struggle with throughout the tournament. The majority of teams have had their struggles running between the wickets. Communication has left a lot to be desired, and these are some of the fundamentals you'd expect these young guys actually to come in to the game with.
It's almost like every game you see a run out, and you know at this level,
Run out of 3.
Yeah, that is going to happen. Got to lean into that. He was more or less in a standing position. He just needed to. Now he's rehearsing it. That's the proper way. Get out. Get that stride out. Find the gap.
The reason he's not quite as confident to just pop onto that front foot, as he said, Vernon, that fielder there at backward square.
He's got to back himself.
He's just got to play what he sees.
Yeah. Forget about that fielder.
It's good stuff, this, from McCombie, and good tactics from Wiggins.
And a lot of pressure would be on Hall to Mali. The expectation that, you know, you played first division cricket in Jamaica, you're supposed to score runs. He just has to free himself up. Today is a new day. And just play what's in front of you. One ball at a time. Wide delivery. Umpire Mr. O'Geese is signaling that one is wide. Had a little zip on it there from McCombie. He's now feeling that I want the prize wicket of the Jamaica captain.
And that just goes back into the psychology of, at times when you're a young player, it's a little easier to play without the expectation.
Coming as the unknown?
Yeah, especially against men. You're not expected to do too much, maybe.
And then sometimes with these talk shows in the media, you know, they create a hype. I think this young man, if I'm not mistaken, I think he went to trials this year in Jamaica as well, senior team trials. So, as you said, Mali, how does the management team at this level get into his mind to help him through this process?
I think young Hetmeyer as well, he would have made 4-day trials in Guyana. Swing, Nick, big Nick, big Nick. Huge, he's got to go.
McCombie strikes the big wicket.
So his second here this morning. Still within the first power play.
There was no feet movement at all, Mali, just the hands. His right foot never got out to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, it went straight down the wicket as opposed to just a little bit across, just to get a little closer to that one. You could hear that in the stump mics. It was a huge edge.
Not from 11,
and
Mali.
And we were just saying, Jamaica really have to be wary here, especially against Hines and McCombie. Could find themselves 5 or 6 down pretty soon.
17 for 3, and the Jamaica under 15 captain goes back without scoring. That would send some shatters to the Jamaica under 15 dressing room.
Yeah, pressure. Pressure just telling there on the young man. But good stuff once again from McCombie. And where he's been particularly impressive as well, he's just adjusted his line to the right and left-hander. And I think something you'd like quite a lot, Vernon, is the fact that he hasn't switched his angle. He's just stayed over the wicket.
And be patient. Got to be patient, Mali. Have to be patient. And it's the ploy, Mali, of the backroom staff. You know, they tell you once Kadeem Philip comes in, come around the wicket, and you know they just upset you, have their own concept. Allow the players to grow.
This one holding in on off stump again. Yeah, especially at this level, under 15, nowhere near the finished articles, these young guys still learning their skills. It looks like Coach Roddy Eswick there. What a man to have at this level, especially for the under 15 players. Coach who comes with a wealth of experience.
Turned into the square leg area. Deshaun Smith getting excited.
And this is the level where you need your best coaches working with these young guys, instilling the fundamentals. And it's the fundamentals in which you build upon as you progress into your career. You think of a Kane Williamson, player such as that, a player who can adapt to all formats just because he has the fundamentals of the game well honed.
I also feel too, Mali, that there needs to be a concept of your best coaches and your best youth coaches all working together in a development pathway. So I can't have Mali as the under 15 coach and not have him as the under 17 coach. I switch to someone else. You know, they're supposed to both coincide. And a conversation must be taking place also with whoever is the under 19 coach. Lovely shot, Mali. First boundary of the day, Mali.
Yeah, got on top of the bounce of that one, Ryan Littleton. He's been one of the batters who's been in form. Missed out in the previous match, but got 60 odd in his second. And that was a confident shot indeed. Just a hint of width outside that off stump.
Jamaica's first boundary, Mali, in the 11th over, 22 for 3.
Yeah, just illustrating how well this Barbados team has bowled here this morning.
Folks viewing must be maybe surprised that this is the first boundary.
Just there, even Littleton, he's got that positive intent in that footwork. Footwork looks sharp, he's on it from ball one.
The end of 10, Jamaica was 17 for 3.
See Wiggins just reacting to that, actually. Sending back that point fielder onto the boundary.
Give him maybe something to think about.
They've got 4 out now. It's the end of the first power play. So they've just spread the field slightly.
Over number 11 comes to an end, and the ladies score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Jamaica under 15 winning the toss and batting first. They're 22 for 3. And Antoine McCombie 2 for 9. Hines 1 for 13, 11 overs bowled.
Yeah, they've bowled really well in tandem, this pair.
1 boundary in the 11th over. And Hines will continue. No, in fact, McCombie will continue, so I think he's going to bowl his 6th straight. Maybe that is a trend that we have seen.
Well, yeah, it was only Hines that would have bowled his full quarter in the previous match. Harding bowled 7, picked up 1 for 26, and McCombie 6. So he would have bowled, I'm not sure if he would have bowled those in one go, but 1 for 15. Apart from the opening batting, it seems like the opening bowling partnership has been very, very fruitful for this Barbados team as well. Seems to have 3 bowlers who they can just switch up, decide who takes the new ball on any given day.
Well, I was looking at the list here, and DeMarco Wiggins, he's got himself down as a pace bowler as well. So too is Kalani Clark, Jaden Chase, Zarrell Harding. So I'll wait and see what happens.
Seems like quite a few all-rounders in this squad.
Yeah, at this level, everybody wants to bowl, everybody wants to bat. And, you know, the game has changed, Mali. Steered nicely down to the 3rd man area. Deshaun Smith picks up his 4th run. The score in the meantime goes up to 23 for 3. You want to see three-dimensional players. Gone are the days when we only just had one person, who could come in and who can bat and, or maybe can do a bit of bowling. These days at this level, everybody is into their mood. It's competition for places.
And I think there's an added dimension to that. There's a player who can be four-dimensional in terms of with the ability to bowl, bat, field, and wicket keep. Those players will be super, super, super valuable, especially as the game progresses. You can see it happening 30, 40 years down the line. It's already happening now, to be fair. Your Glenn Phillips.
Especially with this new impact player concept coming into realization.
Yeah, you have players like Glenn Phillips who would have probably come into the game as wicketkeeper batters. Electric in the field as well. And then he's added his off spin to his bow. It's just another string to his bow, and he's just making himself super, super valuable in the world of cricket.
And that has come also from the white ball concept. You've got to develop your skills at that era, which could be transferred into test cricket. Wide delivery.
And as well as these young guys have bowled as well. Most of these players, well, all of these players are not the finished article. They'll have their own little technical issues, little kinks in which to work out. That's another part of the coaching and the identification and the development. That's why it's so good to have players like, coaches such as Roddy Eswick working with these guys.
We've also got a Suleiman Bennett, the under-19, the Leewards. We've got the Terry Adams. So as they move around the region, as you rightly said, Mali. But Mali, the coaches have to want to come down to this level. And a lot of the great coaches don't want to stay down at this level. They want the finished article. This is where you get your product. This is where you know what the next level is.
I think even from a different sport, the end of that over, another good one from Makumbi, the end of his spell. What a spell it's been, 6 overs, 30 dots. Just conceded 12 runs, 2 wickets. Well bowled, young man.
2 for 12. Jamaica have lost wickets 3 so far. It's not looking good at all for the Jamaica under-15 team. Damari Hall is back in the hut already, just in case you've just tuned in via the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel.
You just mentioned Jaden Chase. He looks like he's going to come into the attack.
He almost sort of has the body language like a Kevin Wickham.
All Barbados here. Dominated the first power play.
You can see the assertiveness of Wiggins coming up to the stumps and working out his angles. You'd have been drilled by Roddy Eswick and company.
Oh.
Ooh. That sort of stopped.
Bounced as well from a length.
Yeah. New bowler.
Yeah, Chase. Actually, Littleton plumping forward that front foot.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful.
Pretty similar to the dismissal that we saw of Gordon, actually. Not really committed to the stroke.
Chase looks a very slippery customer.
That's what Littleton's looking to do. He's looking to get onto that front foot.
He has to peep a little more.
Positive, though.
Yeah. Today's a holiday, Easter Monday. It's also a beach day.
Get much? Did you do much over the weekend?
Nah.
Not really. It's again just a bit of bounce.
Just so nice to be able to get a day off and not have to work too hard. Into the airport in the afternoon. That was just about it. Went back home. Thought about going by Landon Strip last night. The thought was going through my mind, and then I just switched off. Said it would be a long day here today.
It depends on who bats first. This one's whipped away nicely. First time we've actually seen a ball hit in that vacant region there at wideish long on. So Littleton fell over slightly, kept his eye on the ball though. Made good contact, so his second boundary here this morning, both from the bat of Ryan Littleton.
Because if he was looking at Dhoni, he had a little bit of that in it.
The helicopter whip.
Yeah. So, MS Dhoni, former Indian captain, one of the most successful captains.
Goes short this time, this chase, and that fielder at mid-on is quite close. Yeah, very straight as well.
.29 for 3. Jamaica under 15 batting first here. After winning the toss. Hall call right. Big save.
Once again, fantastic fielding there in the backward point region.
Number 8.
From Justin Paris.
13 overs bowled, 29 for 3. The pressure is on.
Yeah, and that's why it's proven to be such a struggle for a lot of these batters, especially in the top order. They started quite slow, especially on these big outfields. After the power play, you're allowed to spread. So unless you bowl absolutely horrendously, it's very difficult for the batters to catch back up and post competitive totals. Looks like we're going to have spin introduced into the attack.
Who you've got here? See Coach Waddy Eswick.
See Kamar Dixon.
Coming
now
out
15.
onto the boundary.
Javed Warrell. Looks like he's going to bowl some leg spin.
And straight away they're on the defensive mood, even though they're on top.
Not really. Well, yeah, they're allowed to spread 4. They've got 4 out. Mid wicket, long on, mid off, and extra cover. It's on the money right away is Worrell.
Yeah.
Yet another wrist spinner that we're seeing in this tournament. Saw a left arm Chinaman the other day as well. That Windwards-Leewards match at Liberta.
He's got to lean into the ball. He's got to lean into that. He's looking to go for power rather than placement. He's got to find the gap. Deshaun Smith, 4 from 13.
Left arm Chinaman, young scholar from the Windwards.
This outer position, he wasn't balanced at all. The right foot didn't move. Ball hustled onto him. He just saw the ball short and just decided to react. So again, Mali, the spinner comes on and he's been allowed to just go through his paces. Pressure on Smith. Wide delivery. Only Roddy Eswick found Javed Warrell.
Didn't play in the previous match, but good start for him here today. Just the 1 run conceded in his first. 30 for 3.
Not a bad
14.
Not a bad option here at all.
Mm.
So one for the future. It's quite tall. What I like about him is He's given himself enough space to be able to move into his rhythm to get to the crease.
Yeah, I want to watch him as his spell progresses, as he gets into his work here. Probably just seemed a little flat there in terms of the trajectory because it's his first over,
game.
just looking to land as well. Let's see as he builds a bit of confidence.
Jaden Chase. Almost has a sort of body language of a Kevin Stout. Amblin coming up.
Littleton absolutely key to this Jamaica batting lineup.
He'll be under. He's somebody who likes to score, likes to play shots. He's already got 2 boundaries so far in his 9.
Doesn't look like he's affected too much by pressure though. Seems to play his game. He's going to look to play it. This one's aerial. Doesn't quite go to that fielder at mid-off. Did some good work to get there. Littleton rushed on that delivery. Hit quite high up on the bat.
Yeah, he wasn't balanced at all either, Mali. He just threw his hands. He's got to be very, very, very careful.
In the end, not sure where he was trying to hit that, to be fair.
Yeah, because he was not in position. He sort of kicked on him as well, too. But he survived. Sometimes you need that luck. Ball landed in a safe area. Down the onside.
Chase crossed with himself.
Yeah.
That's out a groan of disgust. That wayward delivery down the leg side.
I think because they have high standards, Coach Waddy Eswick could come down with his wedding pen. Even if it's $1, he'll have to pay. Clipped away sweetly for 4. That's a lovely shot, Mali.
Yeah, he's the one batter so far that's managed to find a bit of timing here this morning as Littleton. His 3rd boundary, as you said, clipped away quite nicely. Once again, that leg stump line from Chase, best served. Reverting back to that line he started with. He's conceded 11 now. He's gone for 2 boundaries. Good area.
Was doing a whole lot there.
It was.
And for some strange reason, Littleton wasn't getting that big stride out there. He was caught in a standing up position, more or less.
Just caught on the crease slightly. It's done by the movement in this time from Chase.
I think his head was also falling over as well, too. Well, you would have missed that. Yeah, when he comes in that area. Leg by will be signaled by the umpire. Or you got something onto it.
Even on that boundary that he hit into that wide mid-on, long-on area. Fell over a little bit. Managed to keep his eye on the ball. Just a little tricky area for him, though. If Chase can just start it on that off stump.
Sometimes you have to turn your hips, Mali. Your hip flexors are very important in that context of playing the on drive with the ball in that area. Over comes to an end. 15 bowled. Barbados getting through these overs very, very quickly. They're 38 for 3.
I think the key is not to turn the hips, and also the length of the stride is absolutely critical. Can't afford to have the biggest stride to the on-drive. That's when the head and the shoulders should be leading, to be fair. That's where batters get into trouble, and we've seen young Littleton get into trouble a little bit, just planting that front foot.
Rather than being on the heel. If you come on your toes, you're already locked. Your knees are already locked. So you really can't do anything else. So what is going to automatically happen is your hands are going to come into play. Because you're already off balance. Good start so far by Waru. First delivery. Slip in place.
It's well played from Littleton. They're going to look for 2 here. He was quick for the first. Good running this from the Jamaican pair of Littleton and Smith. He was onto that right away. Got deep into his crease, maneuvered that big open space there.
Amara Stout coming off of the mid-wicket area. Couldn't stop it.
Yeah, no one saving a single. On the onside. In front of the wicket, that is. Got that fielder at backward square.
Strategic field placing here by Wiggins. 41 for 3.
Once again, good batting this from Littleton.
Good depth of the crease at that time to be able to play that shot.
He seemed to be the batter that's picked up the pace and the bounce of this wicket the quickest so far.
Including the length as well.
That's why he can adjust to whatever length, because he's just picked up the pace, the bounce. Hasn't taken him too much time. He's put away the bad balls as well.
Well, a dash on Smith is just looking to come forward. Ooh, got something onto that. Won't get a boundary. But if he wants, he can get 3. No, he's not interested. He gets 2 in the end, so he goes to 6 from 20.
That was just a bit wide there from Worrell. Allowing Smith to just use the pace, beating that fielder at short third man. It's a better area. Starting on the stumps, as he said. Smith comes forward quietly. End of that Worrell over, his third, or his second actually. 16 overs gone, 44 for 3.
So the partnership is about 27 from 36. I don't think they'll mind the runs. I think it'll be the context. What's the projected score, Mali? 138 as we speak?
Yeah, that's what the Jamaicans would want, though. Just 27 from this pair so far. Need a few more than that. I think Ryan Littleton will be the key for Jamaica posting a competitive total here. With couldn't put that one away.
Sort of played it late from behind rather than in front. And he rehearsed very quickly.
Seems to favor this leg side slightly as well.
He's looking for that. That seems to be his favorite shot. Nothing shot.
So Young Chase has readjusted his line here into his third over. Was a bit too straight, a bit leg side-ish in the previous over. Starting to trouble young Littleton outside this off stump. Can he keep it up though? Can he stay consistent? How does Littleton counteract? Oh, he's nicked off again. So brilliant bowling this from Jaden Chase. He's over the moon. He picks up his first wicket. What a celebration that was. Good disciplined stuff this. Recognize the area of weakness on Littleton, honing on that area outside that off stump. Nothing shot. Just a bit of a drive outside there. Takes a healthy edge through to the wicket keeper. So 4 down now for the Jamaicans. 44 for 4. Chase into the wickets.
And their top scorer goes back for 17 with 3 boundaries. He'd be very disappointed in that. And again, once again, Mali, we're talking about wickets falling at the break. On the money. The first hour, and Jamaica losing their 4th wicket. They're in trouble here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 16.3 overs bowled after winning the toss. Jamaica 44 for 4, and they are in serious trouble. We'll take a break. So welcome back after the first hour play here. Jamaica in serious trouble, 44 for 4. Barbados under 15 in control, and Jaden Chase has picked up a very important wicket. And this over, 1 for 11. He's only into his third over. Down the onside, kicks himself. Chase knows that was lost his radar at that point in time. Amara Salmon has come out. So good morning to Elvis Howard in Barbados. Deshaun Smith, 6 from 21. Steered into the offside. Barbados has been on top of their game this morning. They've been allowed to be on top of their game.
That's an area in which they've been absolutely superb as well. Their fielding, put their bodies on the line. They've saved quite a few runs in the outfield already. A few edges going away, especially behind point. Justin Paris, he's been fantastic in that position. Ooh, he's just found a yard here, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And Jaden Chase. Good end to that over, successful one. 17 gone, 45 for 4.
45 for 4. It's not a good showing at all. We look ahead and we see the food fudge taxi party bus, Smiley. That's the latest taxi bus in Antigua and Barbuda. 32 in company. They're getting a tour. It's got some serious music in that, man. It's got a big boombox.
Seen it around.
Next major tournament coming up for the young cricketers in the Caribbean will be West Indies under 19 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now already, Mali, Smith has made his mind up that he's going to come forward. Without even looking to see what length that Worrell is bowling.
That one just kept down slightly.
Yeah, but he looks like a candidate here that once Worrell lands the ball into the surface, that it's either could be a bowler caught or it's going to maybe look to hoik it into the mid-wicket area.
We haven't seen too many batters so far in this tournament look to use their feet in terms of advancement to the spinners. First time actually seeing Barbados in a stream match, so who knows what DeMarco Wiggins has been doing. He's so far, we've just been seeing the scores, back-to-back hundreds.
Maybe they're not been taught to use their feet, Mali.
Don't know. Lots of the batters looking to stay home.
They've been taught to come forward. Once the spinner come on, just block.
Young Hines as well, he's been in the runs for this Barbados team. So quite a few all-rounders, as we were saying, Vernon, players looking to contribute in more than one discipline.
Maiden over by Worrell. 18 bowl, 45 for 4.
Yeah, pressure stuff this from the Barbados team. Relentless almost. Bowling very well in partnerships. Each over is backed up by another good tight one. You've seen the odd expensive over in the context of things.
So Jamaica have lost wickets at 1 for 19, 2 for 13, 3 for 17. Hall, their captain, and 45 for 4. 44 is when they lost that wicket.
I think Alman has come out to play. He's been lured into defending quite wide of that off stump at times.
It's a sort of situation here, Mali, where the Jamaicans are shell-shocked. They don't know where they're going to get the next run from.
one's whipped away quite nicely. Got across his stumps this time, did Salmon. Comes back for a comfortable 2. Worrell does the fielding. So good confident shot that from Salmon.
He's off the mark with 2. That'll give him some confidence.
Yeah, just got across his stump slightly. That's now prompted Wiggins to remove himself from that second slip position. Goes into the mid-wicket. Worrell moves to mid-on.
Chokes him more or less back of the length delivery. Played right to Worrell. Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago at Liberta. They're 66 for 5. And Guyana up at Bethesda. They're 76 for 1.
Guyana versus Windwards, is that?
Yeah, Guyana versus Windwards. And Trinidad and Tobago versus Leewards.
Oh, that one didn't quite bounce.
There's no feet movement at all there from Salmon.
Good take that from Seth Smith. Wicketkeeper Smith. Looks quite a tall wicketkeeper from our vantage point here. Big for 15 or for the under 15 age group. This one's played quite competently from Salmon.
Leeward Islands have lost Roberts for 17, Powell for 11, Athenes for 12. Lashambergen is not out on 16. Aiden Williams on debut without scoring. And Bramble for naught. 66 for 5, 16 overs bowled. So they will certainly need a partnership. We go over to round 4. Guyana 83 for 1. So 15 overs bowled in that context. (47 for 4), 19 overs bowled here. Worrell bowled a maiden in his last over.
Let me say good morning to Mr. Hartley Reid down there in Barbados as well. Tuned into the action as always. Mr. Elvis Howard as well.
Morning, Hartley. And you know, we keep talking, Mali. We've been around this cricket so long, you know, that sometimes I don't think a lot of people really understand. We've got talent. We just need to find the right personnel to work with our young players.
That's the thing. Everyone has talent. When you look around the world of cricket, it's how that talent is harnessed, managed, developed. I think we have a unique situation here in the West Indies. We have to appreciate that. We've been doing it for quite a long time now.
Now we look at Smith, Mali, and he's just contented to come forward. No adjustment. He's just made his mind up that he's going to come forward.
Yeah, just playing into the hands of the Barbados bowlers here. That's more like it. So he's probably just heard you here, Vern.
Yeah, that's a better shot.
Yeah, low risk scoring as well. They're going to need to score.
And it doesn't make sense in just defending, just looking to just block. Gotta look to be able to find a way as to how do you get a run.
Especially no real turn so far from Javed Worrell into his 4th over. Just one delivery now, actually.
Like I told you before the start of this tournament, Mali, there were a total of 1,825 dot balls. That's a high proportion of dot balls.
Yeah, we just haven't seen at times. As we said, we don't expect these guys to be the finished article, but we're just not seeing that rotation of strike, especially within the first power play. It's good delivery, just a bit of turn this time from him. So Another tight over, just 2 runs coming from that one. 20 overs gone now, 49 for 4 Jamaica.
Just to remind the folks that the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament will take place in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, June 30th to July 31st. And then right after that, we get ready for the Girls Under-19, which will be in Trinidad and Tobago, June 30th to July 14th. They're playing 2 versions of that competition. And then we'll be able to move to the Under-17, which will be in Trinidad and Tobago, August 11th to September 3rd. And so quite a lot of action for some of these youngsters. Some of the names we're seeing here can go on to the Under-17 or go into the Under-19. To be fair, Mally, I would have loved to see in the Under-17 before the Under-19. Chase back into the competition. 50 up for Jamaica. Deshaun Smith just growing in confidence.
Yeah, that 50 coming up in the 21st over.
20.1.
This run rate 2.48.
Flags foot fluttering. CWI area.
Oh, this should
Somebody
be
could be in trouble.
Oh, didn't take his time. Actually, had a bit more time.
Yeah, hustled it.
Yeah, then he realized did Seth Smith.
Yeah, he could have just taken his time. And I think everybody was calling, so messages going through his mind. Got to get the ball and just relax. 52 for 4.
I think that split second you take just to set in which to throw, you make up the time with the power of the throw as well, with everything going through. That front foot, if you just throw off balance, the direction's off as well. So your best serve just to take that split second just to set yourself. So you're saying all part of the learning experience for these young guys.
Squeezed away. Pass backward point. Won't get a boundary, but he'll get 2. Oh, that's a lame effort there from Romaro Stout. You have to stop that. You can't run all that way, Mali, and don't stop that.
Yeah, as the youngsters today would say, that was a meaty effort from young Stout there. He got there with a lot of time. In the end, just missed the ball. Trickled into the boundary for 4. So young Chase wouldn't be too happy with that one.
It's the 4th boundary of the Jamaican innings so far.
Probably the first time we're seeing a bit of lax feeling from the Barbados team as well.
And they set very high standards.
Goes into the pitch this time, this Chase.
You see, you have to love fielding, Mali. You know, and sometimes I look around here in the leewards and I don't think they feel, the youngsters like to field. You could see them, they're always running away. Gotta love to field.
I think it's a bit of both as well. I think a lot of the coaching, especially when it comes to fielding, it's not creative enough.
You get the same drill all the time.
Over and over and over. There's some things that, you know, there's some ways in which you can look to improve the skills by having a bit of fun as well through the fielding, and that's where the coaching as well comes in. We've been harping on about the coaching, but it's so key, especially at this level, keeping players enthused.
Well, you only have to just look at the warm-up session sometimes, Mali. There's no intensity in terms of the fielding drills and the innovation. We're more concentrating on burning out the youngsters rather than teaching them the skill set of the game. Whipped away. Stout this time. Is it Stout? Yes.
You don't see too many diving techniques being taught as well.
Over comes to an end. 21 bowled. 58 for 4.
You know, you can employ the use of mats as well to really increase the commitment of players as well in terms of diving. So you use the mats, encourage them to dive as hard and as far as possible, knowing that when they land, they'll be landing on something a little soft, especially in practice.
You have coaches, Mali. The way they coach, the way they played is the way they coach. So that drill that you're talking about, they're not interested.
Yeah. That's something I would have learned coming outside of the West Indian system, per se.
And that to me is the real fundamental problem that I think is plaguing our players. The upskill, beautiful piece of work there.
Yeah.
Good cricket all around.
Yeah, Worrell, good take. It's probably hurt his hands, but he took that cleanly. Took the stumps off as well. Good running, as you said. So good cricket all around. Good fielding, good running. By these young players.
It looks like a Kemar Dixon who would have maybe come off the boundary.
Another thing as well, just use England as an example. If you'd have a day rained off, it'd still be a day of work, because that's a day in which you'd be practicing a lot of your sliding and diving around.
No ball here, but
no ball called.
Yeah. Supposed to have 4 fielders out. You
had the extra fielder outside the circle, did he?
I think so, yes.
Just a bit of a mental lapse there from young Wiggins. Part of the curve.
And the learning process as well too. Clobbered this down the ground. Almost had a mix-up. Where was he going? So Salmon has decided that he's going to play some shots. Smith, the right-hander, comes into strike. Salmon goes to 61 for 4. Beautiful delivery. When he comes forward, Mal, he's off balance. He's not balanced when he's playing a forward defensive shot. Has to relax. If you're coming forward, you lead with your head on your shoulders and you kill the ball.
Very wide defensive stroke there from Salmon. Timed quite nicely, wasn't it? So maybe you think just a little extension. He's getting the length in which he could just look to be a bit more forceful with those deliveries, especially down the ground. This one's cut away straight to the man in that cover region.
Salmon just needs to relax. In fact, it's Deshaun Smith who is on strike, Mali. Salmon is the left-hander.
Good running.
Yeah. Good cricket all around.
Just had to move to his left. There did Kalani Clark.
You know, every now and again, the intent is shown by Salmon that he wants to score. The partnership is 19 from 33. Stands up straight and punches it out into the offside. Over comes to an end. Score in the meantime should be registering, according to our scorers here, 63 for 4. Is Manuel scoreboard behind by 1?
Looks to be the case.
Yeah, and they were doing a good job all morning. June 1st to the 29th, out of this world, the men's biggest T20 World Cup. 55 matches, 20 teams. In this ice box, Mali has just called for his coat or his sweater. If you're in England, at the Yorkshire Cricket Club, you'd maybe have to have one about 2 to 3. Good day, John Maynard. Another easy single.
You'll be getting an earful as well. If you're in Yorkshire.
It's the most difficult place to play cricket.
Not the most friendly place as well for us melanated folk, I guess. Very competitive. Times goes overboard. It's a club that seems to have turned a corner.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Last couple of years have been really under the money. Darren Goff, I think, has moved on, squeezed away. We've got a new chairman. Well, the old chairman who's come back.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say a new old chairman.
Yeah. But when you've got so much power on one game or one club, Mali, it's just amazing. But the county game is the county is really under some real pressure, Mali, especially in light of no one coming to look at 4-day cricket.
Losing test matches as well there. That would have hurt. Not having any test matches. Traditionally.
So the membership, because English cricket was always born out of membership. That's how a lot of the clubs would have survived in England, from their membership. And so the members are not going to be paying any money. They're not going to be having any test matches, no international games. And the test players not allowed to even play county cricket. That's a system which I think has really hampered the county game. I was looking at a flyer, Mali, and they were advertising Joe Root was going to play about 5 county games. And the comments there, everybody was so impressed and was applauding, like, okay, Joe Root is going to come in to play county cricket.
It's the nature of the centrally contracted players. Oh, that would have been close. Big dive there by Salmon. I think with the way the cricket schedule is as packed as it is, some tough decisions have to be made.
Javed Warrell, the fielder there, just didn't connect and hit the stumps. But there's another concept to that, Mali. The cricketers, I think we still have to understand they're human beings. And they're almost like they're like robots. And everybody wants them in this one small vacuum.
Especially with the money available to them, especially on the franchise circuit.
Yes. And so the West Indies would always be hampered. And then when I say hampered, I'm not saying it in a negative way, Mali. I'm just looking at the context that sometimes with the availability as to how many players play for the West Indies, you would weigh up your option because you have a small career. You have a small window. And so, hey, if Mali calls me over there in 10 days and I can make $60,000, $75,000, why not? I'm gone.
Yeah, we probably have a smaller pool in which to choose from here in the West Indies, comparison to an England, Australia, India, the like.
It's driven down the ground for an easy single. It's still mind-blowing and mind-boggling, Mali, that India does not allow their players to go to any other league, while all of the players from around the world are hustling going to India or wants to get into the Indian Premier League, because as you rightly said, that's where the big market value is.
Yeah, you would expect if that was the case that they would have depended on strictly Indians alone to build the brand of the IPL, but that hasn't been the case. Heavy West Indian influence as well, especially in the inception of the IPL, from the inception of the IPL.
Got 12 playing this year in the 2024 IPL. That's going to be a long season, Mali. The matches are coming fast and furious. 68 for 4, Jamaica.
And the funny thing is I haven't actually managed to see one game yet so far of this year's IPL.
Same for me too, Mali. I've just been seeing the quick videos sliding up.
Mumbai Indians taking on Rajasthan Royals as we speak. 83 for 6.
Jamaica can't feel bad then. They're 68 for 4. Salmon is 8. Smith is 16. Javid Warrell is into his 6th over, not for 15. He'd love to get a wicket. Flighted. Driven. Got to stop that, young Warrell. You're a fielder as well. Got to cut that off.
Young Shimron Hetmeyer, member of that Rajasthan Royals lineup. His nephew taking part in this under-15 championship.
So the partnership, Mali, is 24. Rebuilding time. The last time Jamaica lost their wicket, they were 44 for 4.
So a little bit of a partnership being formed here for the Jamaicans, just what they would want.
We now see a bowling change from the CIU end after, we'll have to say, a complete spell. We're good by Jaden Chase. We're going for a Mara Stout off spin.
Probably this current run rate at the highest we've seen it in the match so far, just under 3, 2.88.
More runs here for Jamaica. They'll only get 1 in the end. Leg by signal. 69. In fact, it goes up to 70 according to our scorers. So if someone could maybe just get a message out to the manual scoreboard, the folks on the manual scoreboard. Let's get to nudge them. Score is, well, no, in fact, it's 6. Should be 70, right? Yes, should be 70. I was trying to keep score. Sam on the left-hander.
Stout was actually the chief destroyer in the previous match versus Trinidad and Tobago. Picked up 4 for 45 in his 8.3 overs.
Bowling around the wicket. And they sneak a single on the onside. Wicketkeeper Seth Smith getting off the right glove, picking it up nicely. Say good morning to Adrian Donovan. Erskine King. I haven't heard about Erskine in a very, very, very long time. Anybody sees Erskine, tell him I say good morning. Barbados ramping up things for the World Cup. They're hosting the final on June 29th. And it was just so interesting a couple of days ago, but maybe a week, the unveiling of a statue. Charlie Griffith. So Charlie Griffith. It's a very interesting story, Mali, behind Sir Charlie Griffith. Overcome to an end, 25 bowled, 72 for 4.
Rattled to that one, didn't he, Romero Stout?
Yeah,
Quick over that one.
He did.
Your story, Charlie. You were saying Sir Charles?
Sir Charles, well, he's really one of the most successful black businessmen, and he came in at a point in time in Barbados when, if we understand the economics and the powerhouse and the culture, he took a very early risk to be able to set up business, set up shop. 85 and still looking strong, Mali, as if he can bowl fast. Sure that would all be in his thought process.
Yeah, congratulations to
Sir Charles.
Sir Charles.
It's just amazing. I was having a conversation, Mali, with Phil Wallace, and there was people who were questioning whether Sir Charles should get a statue next to West Hall and Sir Garfield Sobers.
It's just the nature of the world now. We get to hear far too many opinions, especially with the advent of social media and the like.
You have to understand the struggles and the contribution these guys would have made. That's why I feel, Mali, that if any legacy is to come out of this World Cup in Ghana, that Providence Stadium should be named after Sir Clive Lloyd.
It's an interesting take.
You got the El Camino Willett Park in Nevis. You got the Darren Saminach Stadium. You got the Sir Viva Richards Stadium. It'd be nice to get Sir Clive up. at the Providence Stadium. I'd like to see Winston Davis at in the Annisvale be replaced with Winston Davis as well too. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Just one delivery remaining now for Warrell, but I think it's fair to say he's been pretty good for his team. Bowled his 7 overs for just 16 maiden over here for him as well.
His second of the spell.
Yeah. He's been very economical.
He's done his job.
Yeah, and probably looking to bowl his full quota right through.
He just want one in that W column.
Yeah, he'd love a wicket here, wouldn't he? But with the pressure he's exerting, he's giving himself as good a chance as any. Hasn't been spectacular, hasn't looked to give the ball a massive rip, but where he's been good is his accuracy. He's been in between wicket and wicket more often than not. The odd delivery has just been wide of that off stump, but generally in between wicket and wicket.
And to complement that legacy, the media center needs to be named after Joseph Red Pereira. Gotta put that name there. He deserves it.
Definitely. Would have gotten an award actually a couple of weeks ago.
From the OECS?
Yeah, for his contribution to the sports desk.
And also, Sir Clive would have also got an award from CARICOM as well, one of the highest awards. So it's time to take it up a notch.
Give these guys their flowers while they're still alive, you know. Massive contributions.
You have to understand the struggle, Mali. And they came at a point in time, you know, when for West Indians, cricket was life. They placed smiles on folks in England, Australia, New Zealand, wherever you were and you were a black man. You felt proud of, you know, of the contribution, whether we won or lost. It's been easy peasy here so far, Mali.
Yeah, it has. I think Barbados have just let their foot off the gas slightly, just allowing this pair to score more regularly, especially down the ground with long on and long off back.
Yeah, I would have brought them up into the circle. The partnership is 31 from 61. Bring them closer. Bring them inside the 30-yard circle. It's almost like once they hit the ball, they're running now.
Just finding the gaps, to be fair.
Not off Warrell, though.
You want to see Stout probably just bring this long on and long off up into the circle. Force left-handed salmon. Oh, this one's edged away just wide of Wiggins there at that first slip position. It will get quite close to the boundary.
They get three runs.
Yeah, Passaram does good work there to save a boundary. Saves one in the end.
Some parents on the left side of us are shouting, so they too were impressed with that big save.
It's a good effort from Wiggins.
And this is the first 3 runs I think we would have seen since we're covering Mali.
Possibly.
In this under-15 championship.
Was it? I'm not so sure. Maybe today in this match. I think we've seen a couple threes.
You see it? I don't think I can remember Mali. And that big ground in Liberta. Don't think the last game we covered, I don't think anybody ran 3. That's a massive outfield there, Liberta. And they told me Karim told me they brought in the boundaries.
I told you that as well. Especially on that.
On the square ones?
Yeah.
Oh, my. Massive. When you have the power of a Rakim Jimbo Corwall, you certainly have to have a Melbourne outfit and Kadim Phillip and company. Those guys who like to hit sixes certainly need to have some big boundaries. Barbadian parents have traveled for the Easter weekend to follow the Barbados under-15 team.
Good delivery again from Warrell, once again in between wicket and wicket.
He's getting some turn, Mali.
A little bit of bounce as well.
He will enjoy his spell. This is his first game of the season.
Bowls with quite a flat trajectory, doesn't he?
Yeah. I like his strike pattern. You know, you're thinking about it, looking at it, gives a kick, left foot, and he gets into his groove.
Quite hustly, bustly.
Just let me just look at him again, Mally.
Similar to someone we know quite a bit about, actually, Anthony Martin, in between wicket and wicket. Maybe not the biggest spinner of the ball, but putting pressure on that front foot defense more often than not.
It's a nice shot there by Salmon. Doesn't look bad at all.
Maybe the first time we're seeing a bit of air from Worrell being given to the batters. This one's beaten outside that up stump though. Just had to make contact on that one. Was Salmon. Could have run away into that vacant third man region. Here again outside that off stump, but not going to hand. Just landing inside that 30-yard circle and with long off on the boundary. Just going through to him on one bounce. Stout coming in from long off. So no timing on that one from Salmon. Can't get too frustrated though, just needs to continue in the same vein. 14 from 29. Smith long forward. So just one from this Worrell over. Just conceded one run in his last 12 deliveries. The end of 28. Jamaica winning the toss and batting 80 for 4.
You know, Mally, every time there's a discussion about a sportsman or a cricketer getting a name on a, be it a pavilion or a ground, we always have some movers and shakers who feel that they have to tell you, well, I wonder if they did enough. You know, it's just amazing as to how we look at our sports people, and then some of these names that we're calling would have made some of those same politicians or officials or administrators.
So they would have contributed quite a bit, and you just have to look into some of these people making these comments as well. What has their contribution been? It's always the empty vessels a lot of the time making the most noise, Vern. So I tend to not. Bit of confusion again in between the runnings. He'll come back for 2.
Stout needs to get behind the stump. He's beside the stump. Get behind the stump. The name of the game is, you know, he's throwing the ball from on that side, and you're standing in front of the stump, and you're not even collecting the ball with both hands. You're using one hand. God has given you 2 hands.
You think it was young Stout as well. That was just a little lackadaisical on that boundary that was conceded a few overs earlier. Did well to chase, got there with a lot of time, but in the end, it's just a bit late in getting down.
I know that Coach Waddy Eswick was already taking some notes with his red ink pen. Lucky to get away with that one.
Very much so.
His body language, I don't like his body language, Mally. He doesn't look like I don't know if he's injured, but he keeps collecting the ball one hand. Don't know if the left hand is sick or something. Over comes to an end. 29 ball, 83 for 4. So rebuilding time here for Jamaica. More than rebuilding, they need a lot. They have to bat the entire 50 overs if they want to make a game out of this.
This partnership has done pretty well though so far in the context of things.
You'd expect that.
This run rate 2.86, threatened threes. Hasn't quite gotten to that mark just yet.
Yeah, 2.86 as you rightly said, Mally. The projected score is 143.
That won't be enough against this Barbados batting lineup, I anticipate.
Worrell starts his 9th over, 8-0 for 17. He's got 2 maidens to complement that. He's been allowed to grow into his rhythm. Salmon beginning to look like a proper batsman.
Yeah, just beginning to time the ball a lot better here. That footwork as well seems a bit more positive.
Nice positive shot. Get off strike very quickly, Salmon. Deshaun Smith has batted. He's faced 65 balls, Mali, for 21. But it was needed.
They've just needed someone really to hold up an end. He's done that quite well. It's in the next stage of the game now, where he'll have to look to press on.
Yeah, he's got to find a way to score, especially with Salmon timing the ball sweetly. You don't want Salmon to be just standing on the non-strikers and just looking at you. Look to find how do you get a run.
It's good fielding there. Saved them at least a couple.
Got to find the gap. He's got to find the back. Big save there by Kamar Dixon. Morning to Maggie Grant in Barbados. To all the folks, all the mothers, grandmothers who are listening and following this cricket. And they follow Barbados cricket in a very positive way.
See Young World finishes again with another good over, just conceding 2. So actually reminds me a lot of not so much Anil Kumble. He bowls in a similar vein, but young Rehan Ahmed, in terms of the pace in which they bowl, they don't tend to toss the ball up too much, look to use the pitch, bowl the ball into the pitch, and they're very accurate. Young Javed Warrell, 19, just 19 conceded from his 9.
And the partnership is 41 from 81.
Yeah, they just need to continue batting here. Still 120 deliveries available to them, legal deliveries that is. Still be hoping at 85 for 4 to at least get to that 200, 210, even 220 mark.
So caught. Soft dismissal.
Not if that happens. So young Deshaun Smith, as you were saying, Vernon, just soaking up a few deliveries here. Now looking for that release. Hit straight back to Romario Stout. He should be very happy with that indeed. He picks up his first. So halfway through the side now are Barbados. Jamaica 85 for 5.
Batted a lot of balls there. Some 70 balls for 22. And Deshaun Smith comes back into the Jamaica hunt. 85 for 5. New batsman going out for Team Jamaica. Looks like it is the wicketkeeper, Umara Reed. $85 for 5. It's a holiday here in the Eastern Caribbean. It's dubbed Easter Monday. So you have number 10 and number 20 at the crease. Stout to Reed. Reed is squared up.
Just a hint of turn and bounce there for young Romero Stout. It's his 4th over. Just picked up his 1st wicket. This one's aerial as well. Just over the head of the bowler. Reads away from his 3rd delivery. Left-handed Salmon key. 34 deliveries he's faced now. This one's into the pads. Can't quite make contact. The end of another tight and successful over from Barbados. 87 for 5 after 31. Partnership of 41 ended by Ramiro Stout. It's been the most fruitful partnership so far for the Jamaicans here today. It's been a real struggle for them, and what's proven to still be quite good batting conditions. Barbados team have bowled very well. Worrell into his last. Now starting to extract a bit of turn and bounce. The young man be looking for a wicket. It's tended to be mainly leg spinners though, employed by Worrell. I haven't seen him look to bowl that googly too often. Oh, that's an absolute jaffa. Pitched on middle and leg. Bit of turn, it's done everyone. Missed by the batter, missed by the wicket keeper as well. Down to the boundary for 4 byes. Have a look at that one. How did that miss off stump, Vern?
He's maybe not to get a wicket in this spell. He's bowled so well. And you know right now, right, Seth Smith would be very upset with himself. 91 for 5. He's trying, he's bowled well. It's really bowled well. This young man, Javid Worrell. First game for Barbados. Waddy Eswick gets up out of the hut. Two overs could be completed here.
Oh! Whoa, how is that missed again? I think it's just turn and bounce.
So,
have a look at this, Vern.
Beautiful spell.
Pitching on middle.
That's a ripper.
Just bouncing over that off stump. Absolute ripper. His 10 overs have been completed.
2 maidens within it, man.
Yeah, going
not for 19.
But 19, just the 19 runs conceded by young Worrell. Take a bow, young man. What a performance that's been from you.
And it's a good find for it's a good find for Barbados as well too.
He's playing his first match of the tournament.
So good morning to Winston Reed. Morning, Winnie.
Oh, he was just left out in the previous match.
Well, maybe. It's good exposure anyhow. Shows the depth of the Barbados bench. Because sometimes you have a weak bench, but Barbados is showing their options here. They would have won.
Strength in depth.
Yeah. Now Salmon has changed his entire approach now, Mali.
He has to, I think.
I think he still has to be positive, intent, inside out. Won't get a boundary, but will get a couple of runs. Again, I think he's injured, Mali, because when the ball comes back in, he's trying to more or less stout. Restrict that left hand. It looks as if the left hand is banded. It's
heavily strapped.
Yeah. But he's still got to keep his eyes on the ball. Let's see if Reed can come up with some score, Mali.
Yeah, he just needs to get acclimatized, as we said. He's already faced some 10 deliveries. And in the limited overs format, got to do that acclimatization a lot quicker.
Elvis was just reminding us, Mali, that Warrell played against Leewards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so he would have been left out in the previous match.
Previous
and
match,
come back.
yeah. So maybe it could have been maybe a rotation of players. Tug that one, Salmon.
Also, it's a tournament in which you want most of your players to get an opportunity to showcase their skills. The end of that stout over.
33 overs bowl. I'd really love for Jamaica to get up to 170, 180. I'm still looking forward to see DeMarco Wiggins. Guess the high expectation again. He's got back-to-back hundreds. If he gets going here today, could be a good contest with a Jamaican bowling attack. I'd love to see a Robinson matching up against him.
Seems to back quite deep as well, this Barbados team. Young Hines, he's been in the runs. Clark as well. Would have scored 46 of 37 versus the Leewards.
We've got a new bowler, Mali.
It's going to be Passaram into the attack.
Ooh. Riven. Through cover. Won't get 4. We'll get a couple. Score in the meantime goes up to 98.
Rajiv Passaram.
When you see the name, you'll be thinking about maybe someone from Guyana or from Trinidad and Tobago. Not affiliated that to the Barbados concept. Whipped away into the onside. Jamaica picks up their 99th run.
Just looking at his action, especially to the left-hander, his field actually looked... his field settings looked like he was bowling off spin.
He's got quite a long run as well, too.
He's got an interesting action, though.
He does.
It looks like very much a leg spin action up until the final moment. Let's have a look at this again.
Which could tend to fool you. You'll be playing for turn and nothing is there. That's hoisted into the offside. It was a wide delivery. 100 up for Team Jamaica. So at least they've got to 100. So I owe you a Vitamalt, Mali.
Coming up in the 34th over, 33.4 to be exact.
By the look of things earlier, you didn't feel that the Jamaicans would have got to 100. But they have certainly fought back. The partnership, this partnership is 15 for 21. And every time they look to be building a partnership, they lose a wicket. Hoisted by Salmon. It's gone. 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah, got the length that he wanted there, quite full into his natural swinging arc. Left-handed Salmon just needed to make good contact. No fielder in that vacant square leg region. So a good finish to the over for Jamaica. Quite an expensive start in the context of things for Passaram.
This maybe might have been one of the most expensive. Well, no, I think when Littleton was batting earlier.
Yeah, I think it's 8 or 9, probably the most expensive overs you've seen.
Yeah, but they've been very disciplined, even though at times you would say that they are flat. They're going through their paces very quickly. Wiggins has been able to maneuver his bowlers. We haven't seen him bowl yet. Don't think he might be needed today, but you never know.
I think even at this age, it's very difficult to keep that high energy all the way through.
Bowled
him through the gate, head up in the air, this time from Reed.
Loose shot.
Very loose indeed, just needed
To support someone.
Yeah, and spend a bit of time at the crease.
That shot was not needed at all.
Tossed up delivery. Big turn from outside the off stump from Romario Stout. And that's something we did see in the previous match here, Vernon. This wicket at the CCG just starting to take spin a bit more. 6 down now for the Jamaicans. Stout picks up his second. 104 for 6.
A shot was not needed. No need for that. Just take your time. Just bat. Andrew Lloyd comes out. Stout walks back. Very, very, very disappointed. Your role as a wicketkeeper, that's why you're in this team. As a wicketkeeper batsman, you have to support. And as we were talking, Mali, the partnership is just building to 21. They lost another wicket at a crucial time. 104 for 6. Carifta time taking place, the 51st edition of the Carifta Games in the Spice Isle of Grenada. To all the countries, over 20 countries participating. So, on the money straight away, Stout. Speaking to Victor Vida Bruna, she says it's been a lot of work, but it's been certainly worth it.
And the interesting thing about that Reed innings was he looked quite tentative, didn't he?
Yeah.
Up until playing that stroke.
Andrew Lloyd looks more assertive here in his stride.
Strange, because considering the fact that he would have scored 24 of 10 deliveries in his previous match with a strike rate of 240. Did Reed 1 4 2 6s.
Today was just not his day.
Not his day. You expect that at times from these young players.
Over comes to an end. Maiden wicket over for Romaro Stout.
Wicket maiden for the young man.
His second.
That's just seemed to give him a jolt of energy and confidence, just running to his bowling mark now. A few overs ago, just seemed to be a little lackadaisical. It's amazing what a wicket can do for the confidence. Starting to give that ball a few more revolutions now as well. That wicket of Reed spun quite prodigiously from outside the off stump.
We just have to be able to find some coaches and some teachers to more or less develop our spinners in the Caribbean. Don't think that we've been able to. We've always seen good young spinners coming from the under 15, under 17, under 19, and then we lose them somewhere along the line. We just don't. We don't find them, or we find them a little later. Hoist away. 1 run by Salmon.
Have you actually worked out exactly what Passaram's bowling yet, Vern?
Might be leg spin.
It looks like leg spin, but the field's set for off spin, and I think at times he just changes.
That is what is confusing. That is what is confusing me, Mali. He has so many options of his deliveries.
Interesting indeed. Very interesting action. This is what we're calling for, though. He's just seeing something a little different here. That one's pulled down, dragged down delivery.
So wide. I guess he's been allowed to express himself as a young cricketer, and you want to give them that opportunity. 106 for 6.
That looked like a leg spinner. To be fair, the field's actually set predominantly. A strong offside field. 6 fielders in the offside. Still got a slip in.
Guyana 140 for 3. Adrian Hetmeyer is on 20 not out. .5 overs bowled in that game against the Windward Islands. So Leeward Islands They're in trouble against Trinidad and Tobago, 112 for 7 in 28 overs.
It just seems like he looks to employ the leg spin to the righties and the off spin to the left-hander. This one's hit clean.
That's a massive hit over long on. That's a big hit.
Is that the first 6 here this morning?
That's the first 6.
I think it is, and it comes from the bat of the left-handed Salmon. Got the length that he wanted, just outside that off stump. As we said earlier, into that natural swinging arc of the left-hander. Made good contact.
Oh boy, he made that count. Clipped away into the square leg area.
He'll look for 2.
Nah,
Good
change your
fielding
mind.
though.
Hesitation.
Ran the first one very quickly.
Leeward Islands 122 for 7. Lashon Bergen is on 38 not out. Our good friend Mali. Randre Daniel, he got run out today for 11. But Tongue is on 19 with 3 4s and 1 maximum. Down the onside.
Yeah, young Tongue.
It's got a bit of pace.
And he's shown an ability to hit some lusty blows.
Yeah. Second water break coming up. Bertil Baltimore is on the brink of the boundary. He'll be coming over anytime soon just now. Second hour's play completed here. That's a wide delivery.
It's been quite an expensive introduction into the attack for Rajiv Pasaram. He's conceded 21 now. Still 1 delivery remaining to complete his second over.
Didn't use his non-bowling arm there, Mali. Everything was just more or less shoulder. Over comes to an end. 36 bowled. And Jamaica batting first. They're 118 for 6. The last wickets at 9, 13, 17, 44, 85, 104. And so they've not allowed to be able to build partnerships to get a respectable total. So at the end of the second hour's play, 118 for 6. We thank Jason and the 360 crew. We will certainly take a break. Welcome back after the second hours of play. Jamaica rebuilding time, but they just keep losing wickets. 118 for 6. Massive contingent of parents have journeyed to look at this Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship. Here is a chip drive by Andrew Lloyd to get off the mark. No, in fact, it's his second run. So he goes up to 2. Salmon comes in to strike. He's on 37. He's striking the ball nicely, Salmon.
But I think that's just the area in which they can just squeeze the new batter in Lloyd by just bringing up a long off in particular.
A little casual there from Salmon. I guess simply because coming off after the break, he'll have to reset, have a look, get his focus going again.
To be fair, I thought the break came at a good time for the Barbados team. So it gave them a little time to regroup. Was good delivery. Smith just struggling to corral that one.
I think because he's coming up too early, Mali has to stay down. That's the life of a keeper, young man. There are going to be some good days and there are going to be some bad days. Got to keep at it. Keep looking at the ball.
Oh, that's aerial. It's in the air for a second or two.
Took a long time to get to him as well.
Long enough has come up, but not quite in the circle. It's not on the boundary per se. A bit in no man's land, both long on and long off actually.
I think the message coming out to the Jamaica backroom staff would be to try and back the entire 50 overs.
Should be. While still looking to be positive.
Peeled off. Running away down to the third man boundary. They won't get a boundary. But indeed they will get 2 runs. And in the process they are chasing that one was Justin Paris. Over comes to an end the first after the water break. It now takes Jamaica, who won the toss, seemed like a long time ago, to 122 for 6.
Yeah, and this run rate 3.30, above 3 now. So we've seen the run rate build, but they've just lost wickets at regular intervals, the Jamaicans.
The projected score, if everything goes to plan, could get up to 165. Bowling change again by DeMarco Wiggins. Got a new bowler.
Yeah, young Worrell would have bowled his 10 for 19. So change. It's like the medium pace of Jahidi Hines.
Jahidi Hines.
Back.
Yeah, so he came from the CIA Road end. He'll now come from the media center in here, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. There's no slip, because Wiggins has pulled himself now into the cover area. So let's look at the field placing. He's bringing up the fine leg into the 30-yard circle. He's putting the third man right back. He's got a sweep on the offside, and he's got a deep backward square leg. So he's got 4 out.
It's going to be wide of the off stump here, I anticipate. Good area from the young man.
Straight to Wiggins. Wiggins is pretty close there, Mali. Short extra cover. But he's got protection, so that's okay.
One of the genuine all-rounders in this Barbados lineup. Jahidi Hines opens the batting as well, takes the new ball. Also.
Clipped away. Lovely shot by Salmon for 4. He's strong in that area, Mali.
Yeah, as I said, he can't afford to be too straight here, is Hines, especially with the way this field's set. Has to be outside that off stump.
And maybe Wiggins could think about maybe just having the feeler, which he has done now, Mali, right into the deep backward square leg area.
Salmon moves to 41, actually, from 52.
Stands up straight and stares this down to third man.
Young Salmon actually just starting to find his groove here for his team.
That's what confidence does for you.
Very important this Barbados team stays switched on. Opportunity here from... We've got to see this as an opportunity to take a wicket every time Lloyd comes into strike.
I'd like to see Hines attack the stump once Lloyd comes on strike as well. Keep honing at those pads.
Got fine leg in the circle, so he can't afford to get too straight. Goes for a slower delivery there.
Yeah, mixed up his white ball skills there.
Good adjustment from Lloyd.
Well played in the end.
Yeah. Almost seemed like his eyes lit up. He's going to launch into that one. Just held back. Checked his stroke.
The partnership is 24 from 21. That's the area that he wants to bowl. Over comes to an end. 38 bowled, 12 to go. Jamaica 128 for 6 after batting first here. Salmon is 42 from 54.
One aspect in which I think the Barbados team will be a little disappointed, especially since the water break. It's just conceded a few boundaries. Something we didn't see probably for the first 20 overs or so.
Projected score is 169. Wiggins has gone back to slip. Romaro Stout, 2 for 22 from his 7. Lloyd just tapping this one, as we call it in St. Kitts and Nevis Malay. Knock a ball, 1 run. Just knocked it and took off. Goes to 6, brings Salmon back into strike. Barbados have to finish strong. They have to really close out this game. Salmon on drive. I'd like to see him Mali, even though Salmon is on 40 yard, you know, just leave him inside the 30 yard circle. If Salmon wants to go, let him go.
He hasn't hit too many powerfully in that region, has he?
.130 for 6.
One thing about Stout, he really rattles through his overs though.
Yeah, by the time you look around, he's done.
Into his 8th over now.
Big save. Big save. Yeah, by the number 17 there, Jahidi Hines. He had to stop that. But he's one of the all-rounders in this team. And he exhibited good fielding skills there. Wide delivery. Not called wide by the umpire. He just lost his shape for a while, Mali. He was just above his eye line. He was looking to go for a maximum. Missed it completely. Over comes to an end. 39 ball. He remains on 43 from 57. He's hit 2 4s and 1 6 within that spectrum. The Jamaica innings so far this morning, they've only hit 6 boundaries. So they've been really put under some pressure.
Yeah, they have just missed out there, did young Romario Salmon.
I think his head went up. He didn't look at the ball long enough.
Yeah, it was a free hit for him. No one in that region behind square. Just needed to make solid enough contact.
So
it's going to be Hines to continue though.
Yeah, it's lovely sunny day here in Antigua and Barbuda. On a holiday, Easter. Andrew Lloyd has showed good technique so far.
Yeah, he has. Tall, lanky figure.
Just want to get your thought process, Mali, during the stint. Driven. Big field, big effort.
It's like Paris again.
Yeah, he's a live wire.
Yeah, he is. He's fielded, saved many a run in that position.
Well, you normally put your best fielder in that area, anyway down in that area, gully, backward point. That's it. That's the hot spot area. On the money. You'd have played in the first Cricket West Indies under 15 championship, Mali. How have you seen this tournament grown, even though you have maybe not covered a lot? But looking back from when you started to now?
I think I would have played in the third, to be fair.
Third?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, not the first.
Seemed like an old man, really.
Yeah.
Seemed like a very long time ago.
Yeah, I didn't make the team the first time. That first
What had
year,
happened?
Leeward Islands, I just wasn't selected.
In the original squad, right?
In
No.
the under 15s,
In the
yeah. Just wasn't good enough, I guess.
You think so?
Yeah.
You can't say that, Molly.
Yeah, man.
Not because you didn't make the team, didn't feel that you wasn't good enough.
At the time.
Maybe the selectors were looking at something else different at that time. So
Definitely. But
I would take some blame for that as well. No, there were a lot of cricketers in
yeah, man.
during that period.
I think I'm rightly so.
Maiden over, so the pressure still being placed on Jamaica. 131 for 6, 40 overs bowled, 10 to go.
Yeah, good tight stuff that from young Jahidi Hines. 1 for 19.
Well, I think what you will have to understand here is that Lloyd is playing within his limitations. He knows that he has to support someone.
Yeah, I mean, just one aspect, just to go back to your question, in which this tournament has grown, has been in the coverage, right? We're here on YouTube, we've got commentators, it's being streamed all around the world. That's been a massive advancement in how we cover the game, especially the youngsters. So now these guys can go away with something to look back on, work out whatever weaknesses they have, and what exactly it can be identified, you know, not just based on what someone's saying, but with using video as well as a tool. I think that's a great advancement for these youngsters.
Lovely shot by Salmon. True cover for 4.
Yeah, that's the best shot he's played today. Maybe the best shot we've seen of the match so far. Let's have a look at this. Lovely stride. Fantastic timing as well. What a flourish in the finish from the young man. Timed superbly. Didn't have a massive gap in which to find. Just to the left of the fielder at extra cover.
His third boundary. He's got one maximum to go with that.
Yeah, that stroke just illustrating Salmon now just starting to find top form.
He goes back and tugs this one into the mid-wicket area. And he gets 1 run in the end. Just for a moment, Wiggins thought that he would have maybe had Salmon.
Yeah, it was in the air for what seemed like an eternity. The fielder in that mid-wicket region just seemed to be on his heels. Took him a bit of time in which to judge that one.
Don't think he would have gotten.
He wouldn't have gotten there, but he, as I was saying, he was on his heels.
He was. Maybe he was looking for it to come to him as well, to the flight of the ball. Lloyd is driving sweetly on the offside.
It's that anticipation that can make all the difference. You think back to that catch the other day at Liberta, Jose Roberts off Fontaine.
Oh, that was great.
It's just that anticipation of him taking those few steps in the end making all the difference.
Salmon.
Now you want to see a bit more commitment from the fielder, the bowler there, to field his own ball on that one. Just a bit too lax in going down. Doesn't come back to haunt him though. No run in the end.
So 137 for 6. 9 overs to go, 41 bowled.
What I don't like about that is it's just him just going down as lazily as he did. That just doesn't go into his hand. Or ricochets off. That's an easy single. Another run added to the total. You just want to see a bit more intent or intensity, especially from these young spin bowlers.
Well,
Fielding off their own bowling. It's an area in which I think they've been just a little lackluster in the tournament so far.
even at the first class level, Mally, you find most of the spinners, they don't want to field the ball. They want mid-on and mid-off to do their job. That's why the Harpers and the companies were so good in those areas.
McCombie back.
Yeah. They would run you out from those areas because they would bowl the ball to get you to play the ball in that particular area and make sure that, you know, if you just slip, you're gone.
Yeah, and Ton McCombie would have bowled his 6 overs spell in one. Remember, these under 15 bowlers can only bowl 6, a maximum of 6 in one spell, the fast bowlers, that is. Brought back here for a second spell, more than likely to look to wrap up this Jamaica innings. Wide. Oh, did that carry? Seemed to be falling backwards as opposed to coming forwards, and that one was Paris. Seemed to be there for the catching. Let's have a look at this again. Ooh. I'm not quite sure. I think if he was diving forward, he would have gotten the fingers under that one. Just seemed to fall to the side almost. Would have been a sharp catch nonetheless.
If Paris didn't catch that, then it maybe didn't carry.
Nah, I'm not. That's a lot of confidence in a 14-year-old. He's been fantastic in the field, that's for sure. But
he set the bar.
On that one, you probably want to see him finish in a different position with how low that catch came through. Almost fell to the side as opposed to coming forward. You think of a young Richie Richardson taking those catches coming forward. It's definitely a skill, Vernon.
All has to do with your base as well, too. And how low you get to the ball, because you have to be able to make sure that you get low. So when you crouch, get as low as your center of gravity is also going to be very important.
Also, how quickly you recognize the flight of the ball.
And 38 for 6.
Spatial awareness, so key.
Yeah, got to get low. He's a sort of tall guy to Mali. So as you rightly said, got to spread those legs when you're coming in from that area. Got to be able to get low. The partnership is 34 from 45.
It's very difficult to start from an upright position to
get down.
Get down.
Yes. And maybe, as you rightly said, that would have maybe what happened with him in that context. A big frame to be able to get down into that area.
It's good delivery from McCombie to finish. Good comeback over indeed from the young man. Just the 1 run conceded. 42 overs gone. 138 for 6.
Jamaica have really gone about their business. They've lost wicket 1 for 9, 2 for 13, 3 for 17, 4 for 44, 5 for 85, 6 for 104. Partnership building again. Salmon would be very much concerned. He's 48 from 65. He wants to get to that milestone and then push on. Got 8 overs to go. Coach would have been telling them bat all 50. Lovely shot by Lloyd. Off strike very quickly. So Lloyd is doing his job. He's done his job effectively.
Especially on that delivery. Just handing over strike now to the set batter in Salmon.
Salmon has to keep concentrating. Got to keep talking to himself. Keep looking up the V. Looking for the areas where he can score. He's done an excellent job here so far. Lost his shape there. Got away with that. He's got to find the gap there. He's gone for a big heave. He's going to hold out. He's going to hold out. He's going to hold out. Salmon gives it away. There was no need for that shot. He lost his concentration, lost his composure. He was looking to go for a maximum. He's played so well, and the first hostile shot that he's played for the day, he's given his hand away.
Yeah, that's the anticipation we were talking about. The fielder in that deep mid-wicket region had a fair bit of work to do, moving to his left. Judge absolutely perfectly. He got the height, didn't quite get the distance, did Romario Salmon. So he falls too short of what would have been a very well played first half century for him in this under 15 Rising Stars Championship. 7 wickets down now. Stout picks up what, his 3rd wicket here into his final over.
You saw that coming, Mali. You saw that. You know something was belling. But an excellent catch. Kept his eyes on it. Looked at the flight of the ball. Was that Hines who came up with that one? Could I just pick up the number? I think it is Hines.
That was McCombie.
McCombie took that?
Yeah, they're at deep mid-wicket. Anton McCombie. So, fantastic athletic stuff from the young man. Had quite a fair bit of ground to make up. Brings Wayne Plummer to the crease. Left-hander as well. Was not out 7 of 8 deliveries in the previous match versus Jamaica, a match in which the Jamaicans went under by some 14 runs.
The set batter, Salmon, just really losing his concentration, and you could tell that he was fidgety. He was worrying, he was concentrating so much, he wanted to bring it up in style. But there was really no need for that. Could have just knocked it around, and now Jamaica have lost the momentum.
Yeah, the end of a fantastic spell that from Ramiro Stout. Bowled his 10 overs from that CIU road end. 3 for 33, so he's picked up 7 wickets in his last 2 matches. Remember, 4 for 45 in the previous encounter.
3 for 33 would reflect Chris Gale's number. His highest test score, 333. The world boss, ambassador for the out of the World Cup. June 1st to June 29th, 20 teams, 55 matches. The West Indies and the United States of America. It's going to be out of this world. But the new crop of West Indian cricketers, the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars, are taking place right here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Young Plummer has made good contact on almost all his 5 deliveries so far. Showing quite a solid technique. Quite small in stature. Shapes up quite well.
McCombie 2 for 13, sorry, from he's into his 8th over. Somebody could be in trouble. Oh, that is reckless. Gotta find the keeper's gloves, Mali.
Nah, the keeper was nowhere near to getting close to that stump. Here, have a look at this again. Look at where he is. Nowhere close to the stump. He has to take a shot. He just doesn't manage to effect the direct hit. Pass around that mid-wicket region. This one's pulled away from Plummer. He's looked quite good, hasn't he?
Not a bad shot at all.
Yeah, he's looked quite good. He's timed the ball quite nicely. As we said, quite small in stature, the number 12.
McCombie banging in one.
Looking to take on the short ball. Good to see. from the young man.
Yeah. You want to see how he can handle that?
At least he doesn't look timid, does he, Vern? He's come out with some positive intent. Even when defending, he looks quite organized.
Lashawn Berger and Mali, 58 not out.
So what's that? That makes it 5 half-centuries in 6 innings.
And 3 in this tournament
3
so
in
far.
this tournament.
Yeah.
Had 3 consecutive in the warm-up matches versus the Windward Islands as well.
Yeah.
So as we're saying.
And Tongue got out for a blistering 40, Mali.
How many deliveries?
36 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. 164 for 8, the Leeward Islands. So I think there's a game on in that one. If they could maybe just bat out the 50.
Especially in those conditions at
Liberta.
yeah.
Over at Bethesda, Guyana 177 for 4. Adrian Hetmeyer is on 38 not out. And Shamar Apple, who scored a half-century in the last game, he's on 11 not out. Here at Coolidge, 44 overs bowled. Jamaica 142 for 7. And like Mali says, I like Wayne Plummer. He really should be, he should get a promotion in the next game because he looks organized.
Yeah, he does. He's very organized indeed. He's made good contact since he's come to the crease.
Guyana stopping Jamaica in that last game. So it's all pace attack now.
Just to go back to that Leeward's game, the conditions at Liberta Sports Club with the Leeward Islands bowling attack as well. Quite a few spinners in which to call upon. Jacquan Athanez, I thought he was very, very impressive with the ball, wasn't he?
He was. He bowled the right pace.
Yeah, 3 for 13 in his 10 overs. Versus the Windward Islands. Coming back for 2. Very good running in the end from Lloyd.
First there was some hesitation.
It's a long way from McCombie there on that cover boundary to go. Had to move to his left as well. Well paced shot from Lloyd.
A lot of messages coming out. Wiggins is now bringing him up a little closer, saying, because that is a big boundary. Let's see if Lloyd can be driving again.
Well, some quite nippy deliveries as well.
Just kind of looking at him. He has walking back. He looks like a Kevin Stout, and then coming back to the leewards is ought to have a Ulysses.
These NFLers, 300, 350 pounds, 360 pounds. They carry their weight so well. Very athletic at the same time.
Wide delivery from Jaden Chase. Barbados now looking to not have all of the fielders right on the boundary, Mali, because these boundaries, especially square, are very, 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 very big. They've got to be coming off, coming up.
One thing we don't see now as well, once again, Lloyd coming through for another sharp single. Willing Plummer through to the other end. Good stuff this from the young man. I was going to say something we don't see too often from these young guys is them marking their fielding positions.
Yeah. You have to be taught that, Mali. You're taught that, so you look around and you know where the palm tree is and you know where, you know, you
just make a little mark as
yeah.
well out in the field, so
yeah.
you're in that position more often than not.
It's about, you have to teach the players the angles, Mali, and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes I look at the coaches who come around there on the 15s, they more or less just have them practicing. But sometimes you need to do a lot more classroom work. Let them sit down. In fact, all of them have a phone. So I'm saying you just map everything out for them. It's about teaching. You know, I get the impression, Mali, sometimes the coaches...
It's just marking it now,
yeah,
as we see.
Maybe he heard you, Mali. poor effort here by the wicketkeeper. You have to stop that.
Yeah, you do. Just a lack of bounce on that one, but
Long barrel, he went the next way.
yeah, his technique just faltering there. Young Seth Smith, not quite closing that barrier quick enough. Sneaks through. Another boundary added to the total. 150 up for Jamaica. 152 for 7 after 45. Just 30 deliveries, 30 legal deliveries, that is, remaining in their innings.
And that has been the second 4 byes for the day. You'll be feeling very disappointed so far, Seth Smith. Keep your head up, young man. That's the life of a keeper. 150 comes up for Jamaica.
So we've seen this Barbados team actually bat first more often than not and post 300 plus totals.
Got to close 300 the last game. 299. So he's got ambitious, Mali, but it's safe. So Andrew Lloyd just deciding that he wants to get going, get onto his bike.
Yeah, the lack of timing actually coming to his aid there.
No. DeMarco Wiggins. Barbados will have to clinically finish this game. These final 5 overs, they'll have to restrict Jamaica to at least under 75. And I don't want anybody to say, well, you know, it's a new game. Got to be clinical.
So here they've got to look to squeeze young Plummer. Lloyd will be looking to get through to the other end. Plummer will look to play with soft hands as well. So the fielders in the inner circle have got to take that few steps in. Just crowd Plummer a bit more here. Can't afford just an easy single to bring Lloyd back on strike.
He's got good wrist so far here, Plummer, based on how he's playing. Effective. Tempted a single there, but Wiggins came across nicely to his left. Jamaica, they'll be looking to get anywhere close, Mali, to 175, 180. The projected score is 168. They'd need more than that.
Yeah, they'd love 180 here. As close to 200 as possible.
That stopped on him. 1 run out of this over here so far. Macombi has been on the money. They would love to just try and bowl to Plummer. A lot of communication taking place with the fielders for the Barbados team.
Yeah, fine leg comes into the circle. Mid-on drops back.
Oh. Didn't bounce, Mali, but a good offer. His eyes lit up. Short ball is looking to hit the actual mid-wicket area. Maybe might have been advised to maybe just look to steer it down to third man rather than the cross-batted shot.
I wouldn't mind a dot in this situation.
Not at all.
They'd hate a 4. Wouldn't like too much either.
And 53 for 7.
It's driven sweetly. So
Lloyd is out of the strike.
yeah, just
And
what
that's
they
what-
would have wanted
That's what Wiggins wanted.
if they didn't pick up that wicket. Plummer back on strike for the 46th over. Good stuff this from Macombi. Good tactics from the Barbados team, who just seem to be ahead a little in terms of tactics, just seem to be slightly further ahead than the other teams that we've seen so far here in this championship.
Especially the leadership of DeMarco Wiggins. He has an authoritative stature about him. Just how he goes out, he sorts out his angles, he comes up to the stump. You know, the other captains, they're just more or less laid back.
And a lot of it seems to be led, as you said, from on the field, as opposed to off the field adjustments being made or messages being sent out per se. Seems like he's in very good control, as you said.
That rushed onto him, Mali. That was a hard length ball by Jaden Chase.
But what I like from Plummer, he looks to take it on more often than not.
Just needs to get a single.
Yeah, he's got fast hands.
Yeah.
Especially on those short deliveries.
Right now, you can't afford to be giving up dot balls, Mali. You want to get a single, get Lloyd back on strike.
Yeah, that should be his intention. Get Lloyd back on.
Lloyd has not faced a delivery since the last 8 deliveries now, Mali.
This is good stuff from Jaden Chase. One for the over being signaled.
Got to change that, Mali. Got to be allowed to bowl another bumper.
Especially these young guys.
154 for 7. If you want to learn how to hook, got to be allowed to bowl another one. There we go. He's done his job. So the projected score seems to be 166. Chase has been more or less, Mali. He's 1 for 33 from his 8, which is not completed yet.
Been good. Very good. Young Jaden Chase. The majority of these Barbados bowlers, to be fair, apart from pass around, probably just a little expensive.
They bowled within their limitations. They bowled in the right areas more consistently than anything else. If we look back to the opening first 10 overs, Mali, Jamaica was 17 for 3.
Finally comes into the circle now here again. Mid-wicket. Goes back wide, mid-wicket, cold corner. This one's high, top edge. Keeper calls for it. Gets there, takes it comfortably. So into the pitch again from Jaden Chase. He picks up his second. The set batter in Lloyd has to go. So that could be the difference between 170 or even 170 and 190 here for the Jamaicans. Lloyd departs. Chase picks up his second. 155 for 7. 8 now, sorry. 8 wickets down now for the Jamaicans.
Very spirited knock by Andrew Lloyd, 16 of 31. And because he was starved of the strike, by the time he got on strike, he was looking for a maximum. And Jaden Chase pace undone him. 155 for 7. Jamaica will be in fact, 160. Should be 155 for 8, right?
Yeah, it is 8.
Yeah, 8.
Just 2 wickets remaining here.
They have to be thinking about batting out. If you get bowled out, Mali, that's a cardinal sin. You know, you heard that rule, right? There was a big sign up into the Leeward Islands dressing room, especially when the late Hayden Walsh got up to talk.
Barbados can't afford to relax here in this situation, though. They've got to stay on top of their game. The set batter in Lloyd departing. As you're saying, looking to bowl out Jamaica within these 50 overs. Got to squeeze these young Jamaican batters at this stage.
Jediah Gray?
Jediah Gray coming into bat.
He might be the shortest. He might be one of the shortest guys in the tournament. Is this his first game, Ali?
I think so.
Oh, and he steers this down to third man.
He's the pace quite nicely.
He's off and running.
Looking for 2 as well. So he's done his job.
Of course he has. He's turned the strike over to Wayne Plummer, who looks very organized.
Probably need to start putting bat to ball here though, Wayne Plummer. Just something different being asked of him now with the removal of Lloyd.
If he doesn't get a boundary, he needs to get 1 run. That's important. He's looking to go for a maximum. He has to watch the ball. He's not watching the ball. He's just swinging. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 47 with 18 balls to go, Jamaica batting first. They're under 15. They're 156 for 8. And in case you just tuned in to the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, yeah, it's the viewed game here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Jamaica won the toss. And for most of the day, Mali, they've just lost wickets at crucial times.
Yeah, and it's just pegged them back. Every time a partnership is threatened, as you said, it's just showed the key of taking wickets, especially in the limited overs game, bringing new batters into the crease, them taking a bit of time to get accustomed to the conditions out in the middle. And as you said, 18 deliveries remaining. Jamaica will be hoping for at least 20 to 25 runs or so. 20 runs will take them to 176. 25, 181. So if they can get into that region, 180, this one's going to be a close run out. Not sure what kind of cricket that was. A bit lax from Wiggins.
Yeah.
In the end, wasn't sure whether to throw to McCombie or to try and affect the direct hit. In the end, did neither. They come through for a single.
I want to say good afternoon to Brent the Freitas. What part of the world you are? These days you move so fast, I don't even know where you're based.
Last time I spoke to him, I think he was in, he's in the British BVI.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, just checking.
He was in New York for a bit of time and then told me he was back at home. Morning to you, Big Chop. Leeward Islands fast bowler.
Yeah, it was one of him along with Masford Pike and company would have come out of the PVI area to get onto the Leeward Islands team. A big tall guy as well too.
Just lost his action there.
He did.
McCombie.
Overcompensated and gave away a wide.
That's the one area I think they just can't afford to bowl to Plummer. Just on the legs with fine leg up in the circle. Any contact just behind square and it's runs.
West Indies under 15 championship will resume in sooner rather than later. After these round of matches. Big effort there by Plummer. Mali. It's going to get two. So good cricket all around. $160 for 8.
In fact, this run rate 3.38. It's actually come down a fair bit in the last 15 overs or so, 10 overs or so. It was threatening fours. It was up there, 388, 390 at one point.
You just felt like in some areas that Barbados would have just eased the pressure.
But you would expect, especially towards the back end of the innings, in a limited overs game, that run rate to just climb, but it's actually dropped. This tells you how well Barbados is bowled and fielded here today.
Hetmeyer, 52 not out.
Shot from Plummer down the ground.
For 4.
Fantastic bit of timing.
That's a lovely cricket shot, Mali. Wow.
Let's have a look at this again. Probably want to see a bit more effort from young Hines actually in getting across. Didn't seem to be busting along per se to get there. Almost underestimated the power from Plummer.
And understanding the Coolidge cricket ground, because once it passes the 30-yard circle, it's downhill. 164 for 8. Lovely shot by Plummer. Goes to 11. He's driving loosely again. No hands at all. Just no feet movement. He didn't get his right foot out. So he was off balance.
So we did say, I mean, from the first ball, the first couple of deliveries we saw from young Plummer, the way he shaped up in terms of in comparison to some of his teammates maybe batting in the top order. He's looked as organized. He's made as solid a contact as any. Even on that shot down the ground, it showed a little bit of his batting ability.
Yeah, he's trying to hit the ball too hard.
Yeah,
as rushed onto him. Just need to just time it. Looking for power. End of over number 48. 164 for 8. And we have a game on here, Mali.
Definitely.
Hetmeyer just got out for 52. 58 balls, 3 4s and 2 6s. Guyana 204 for 5 against the Windward Islands. Windward Islands opting to field, Mali. And they maybe feel that at Bethesda they can chase anything.
Maybe Bethesda has that tendency at times to just
Fool you?
break up. Actually, the pitch just tends to break up, especially in the second innings.
Leeward Islands 178 for 9. Lashon Bergen is on 69 not out. 80 balls faced, 5 fours and 1 6.
She said just continuing his good form, LaShawn Bergen.
Yeah.
Young Petition.
Yeah, from the St. Paul's area. It's from the area of the second Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, His Excellency Dr. Denzel Douglas, very supportive sportsman as well. Supports his constituency.
Dougie, your guy, wasn't he?
Yeah. You're talking about sporting era. At one point in time, St. Paul's ruled the football concept. They would have dominated the Premier League. They lost last season to the Village Superstars. But when it comes to the SLR for St. Paul's, they're very dominant in that area. And also the track and field, because most of the students from there go to the Charles E. Mills Secondary School, so you have a lot of athletes coming out of that area. St. Paul's. That's the area where Terrence Ward is from. Easy catch. Easy catch. Yeah, he was looking for power. He was never into position. He just lost his shape. He just felt that he had to hit a 4.
Yeah, he's looked so good when he's looked to play with a straight bat. Controlled cricket strokes as well, as he said. Just looking to muscle that one, Wayne Plummer. Managing to pick out that fielder at mid-on. Easy catch in the end. So 9 down now. In danger of being bowled out within the 50 overs. Cardinal sin in the limited overs game. Good effort though from the young man. Bit of talent, I think, in which to build upon.
So Trinidad and Tobago ride Ali Khan Mali, who we saw here. He's got 2 for 18. He's just coming to the bowling attack. So Aiden Owen 2 for 41 from his 10. And Aaron Mohammed 3 for 22 from his 5. Leeward Islands 185 for 9. Somebody has to stay with Lashon Bergen. He's 75 now.
It's a lot of runs there at Liberta.
Yeah, that is a lot of
that bowling attack on that field as well. Big outfield.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think that's going to be a nail biter, Mali. Could be a Tantimal area. Steered beautifully. Getting an easy single. Paris,
that was
keeper.
A chance.
Yeah, Seth Smith not keeping his eyes on the ball.
Could work that from Passaram in that backward point fielding position.
Trouble here. Trouble. 166 for 9. Can Greg come up with something special? Can he find the boundary? Where will he get a boundary from? What do you think, Mali? A steer down to third man?
He's got to use the pace.
No. He's been told to bat the 50.
That's the thing with these young players, especially some of these players, they vary in terms of size and strength. Young Jedi Gray, one of the smaller players that we've seen in this tournament.
The breeze picking up here, so we can hear it in our outside microphone. So although it's been a hot day, they've been able to get some breeze going from east to west. Over completed. So 1 over to go. It shows that Jamaica look like they can bat out the 50. 166 for 9. And Salmon will be very disappointed. He top scored for the Jamaica team. 12:34 here in Antigua and Barbuda. 11:34 in Jamaica. You have so much cricket taking place, Mali. I was looking last night at the 50 over series with England and New Zealand. Women's.
It's got Bangladesh and Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, you got the IPL.
So much to keep up with, I tell you. I can't keep up with all of it.
I can't keep up with all of it either, Mali. I just go through on my timeline very quickly. Flick should get some results and just put it there and say, okay, all right, Mali scored 100. Let me take some notes on it.
It's far too much to keep up with.
Ooh, it's a beautiful delivery.
Especially being in this commentary game, got to stay abreast of developments, not just in the region, but around the world.
But we only got to look, Mali. Sri Lanka scoring 531 and no one scored a century. That's a combination. I think that might have been the 5th time that would have been done in Test cricket.
Coney Robinson, the tall Jamaican fast bowler, right hand fast, batting left handed. He was quite impressive in that first match we would have seen. That was abandoned by rain. Versus the Leewards here at the CCG. Short. Doesn't make contact. So it's been a good start to this final over for the Barbados under 15 team here. No runs conceded, just 3 deliveries remaining. Young Hines won't bowl his full quota of 10, but he's only conceded 19 so far. 4 deliveries gone, still no run. 166 for 9.
It's been told to bat the 50, Mali.
Will they get the projected score of 168? Just 2 deliveries remaining in which to do so.
Don't think they will.
Big swing coming, I reckon. Does big swing, thick outside edge.
You've been around this cricket so long that you know that something was coming, right?
Just one, though.
Yeah. Goes up to 167. The projected score is 168. And I wouldn't even think about betting you a sugar cake, Mali, because I might lose that one. 167 for 9. 1 final delivery to go. Guyana 208 for 5. Leewards 186 for 9.
What does Hines look to do here? How does he find a run or 2? Maybe even 4. Good finish from Hines. Gray made solid contact in the end, picked up just 1. So the final over just conceding 2. 168 for 9 Jamaica finish. Jaden Chase 3 for 36. Ramiro Stout conceding 33 for his 3 wickets as well.
So 50 overs have been completed. It's lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Jamaica under 15 winning the toss. They ended on 168 for 9 off 50. At one time it didn't look that way because they were really in a precarious situation, being 44 for 4. But they rebounded nicely and they've got a working score. Barbados will need 169 to win. As we go to the luncheon break, we say thanks to Jason and Donnie for the 360 crew for providing good support. The management team comes out and applauds the batsman. They would have done their job. Jamaica, 168 for 9, 50 overs. It's lunchtime here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And the next time you hear our voice will be in 35 minutes' time.
And also, just quickly, Macombi, 10 overs, 25, 2 wickets. Fantastic bowling as well from the young man.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's round 4 of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 Championship. And just to give you a roundup in terms of what has been happening around here in Antigua and Barbuda, Liberta, the Leeward Islands, 215 all out. Lashon Bergen, 93 not out, 99 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes. Clashing against Trinidad and Tobago. He just couldn't find anyone to stay with him. Aaron Mohammed claiming 4 for 27 for Trinidad and Tobago from his 6 overs in that important game. And up at Bethesda, you have the Ghana team at the end of 50, 251 for 6, 251 for 6. Shamar Apple, he scored 43 not out, but the Adrian Hetmeyer scored 52 not out. So wicket takers, Aravinda, I think, picked up close to 3 for 35. So that's a game on there for the Windward Islands and Ghana. That game is being played at Bethesda. But right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the Barbados Under 15 team, who've been undefeated in this competition so far, they will need 169 for victory of 50 overs. And is all to play for here in this all-important game. So the big game here, as we call it in this feature round, as Wiggins gets his first delivery. Starts with a wide. As we quickly go into the contest, Jamaica, opening bowler, Robinson, starting with a wide, first up. Wiggins, left-hander. Jamar Wiggins, 229 runs, 204 balls, 293 minutes, back-to-back centuries. Bowled him! Robinson strikes! And DeMarco Wiggins, can't believe it. He was neither forward nor back. Lost his off stump. He's a dejected man. Jamaica have struck in the first over. Let's look at the replay. Wiggins goes for naught. That's how cruel this cricket game is. Back-to-back hundreds, but not today. And Jamaica have struck early, 1 for 1. This game not over by a long shot yet, but they've sent back the danger man. He's been the leading scorer in the competition before this round. DeMarco Wiggins, the Barbados Under 15 captain, he goes back for naught. That's how cruel this game is. His manager walks across to him. You feel very disappointed. And Robinson has struck early. It's the West Indies Rising Stars Under 15. Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 Championship. It's round 4 of the action. Another left-hander steps out. It's Justin Paris. Mali just flying off of his luncheon break. Did you see it or you missed it? He did see it. They need 168 in 299 balls. Paris. Touchdown Robinson. The first time we saw him, he's got something in him. And he's produced a beauty. This game is so good. Look at it, Mali. That's one for the highlights.
Yeah, it did just keep down slightly. We had a conversation up here, myself and Jason, the producer Jason, was saying today might be the day in which Wiggins fails. He's been in absolutely sublime form, back-to-back hundreds.
Turned into the outside.
So, a chance for someone else to put their hand up today.
Yeah.
To be the match winner. Coney Robinson, though, he was impressive in the first match that we saw him here at the CCG versus the Leeward Islands from the CIU road end.
Jamaica, they got a lovely bowling attack when we saw them here, Mali. And I think this could put some pressure on Team Barbados. Here is Paris back and cracking that down to the backward point fielder. Picking out, looks like a Deshaun Smith. Might be feeling in that area. Jamaica starting with a slip. Backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid on, mid off, pretty close. Square leg. 2 feelers out. He's going back and just hoisting that into the deep backward square leg area. The number 12 coming around very quickly. Looks like Wayne Plummer. And they get 2 runs. So Paris off the mark. Justin Paris. This is going to be a good game. Somebody could take this game away from the Jamaican team. We just never know. Could be Paris's day. 2 sounds.
Bit of swing there from Robinson again into the left-handed Paris this time.
Yeah.
Good finish, successful over. The big fish departs. Big wicket for Ikoni Robinson. Jamaica picking up their first wicket in that first over. Just 3 runs on the board for Barbados. Young Paris would have scored a half century as well in the previous match. 63 from 89 deliveries. 5 fours, 1 6. Strike rate of 71. A somewhat small total for this Barbados team. I anticipate they'll continue in the same vein. Confident batting lineup at this stage.
Cricket is life. It's a wonderful game. You have to take it. Got to keep your chin up.
Zahidi Hines, he's got 108 actually. Just 97 runs coming into this match from 156 balls. A best of 81. So they've got a big half century in their second match versus the Leeward Islands.
For this game, he was also at 4 wickets. Before this game, coming in, he got 4 wickets. So
he was good again today with the ball.
Yes, he was.
This is young Wayne Plummer, though, one of the smallest players we've seen in the tournament so far, taking the new ball from this media center end.
No Jaime Freighter this time around.
No Delonte Scott as well. Remember him from the first match. He was quite impressive. His athleticism.
So maybe they're just blooding.
Yeah, opportunities for everyone.
For everyone, especially in a tournament of this nature. You want to give everybody a run out.
They wouldn't want to end this tournament without a win either.
Yeah.
Jamaica.
Missed out against Ghana. Squeezed away into the offside. Third man fielder coming around. He's struggling to get the ball in. That's something that they're going to have to seriously look at.
Very good running from this pair.
Yeah, so both batsmen, both Paris and Hines are off the mark.
Very quick in between the wickets. As you see now, a bit of a change, Vern. Fielder at third man now moves into the fine leg position, so they've switched.
I think you're good, but the same thing if the ball goes down the leg side, Mali. The money. Love to hear the chatter, especially in the first 3-4 overs. And after a time, you're wondering if the chatter still takes place.
That's the issue. It's not sustained, is it? It tends to go along with the fortunes of the team at the time. Things are going well. You hear a lot of chat. If not, it's very quiet out there. But they need wickets, Jamaica, especially with this new ball.
Barbados in round 3. They scored 299 for 6 Mali. Their first game, 327 for 4. So the batting has really not been tested yet. A game against Ghana. It was rain spoiled that one.
With a swing now for Plummer as the overhead conditions actually it's just become slightly overcast here at the CCG.
Against Leeward Islands, they scored 327 for 4 in that game. Ran into a hurricane Wiggins, who scored 105.
I think they didn't lose their first wicket. So the score was 182 or 181.
As you rightly said, Hines scored 81 in that game. Parisot got 5 in that game. Low bounce, stay down. Lewis was in for an inslaught there. Lashon Bergen, he picked up 2 for 21 from his 6 in that game. And then against Trinidad and Tobago, the Barbados team, they moved into overdrive again. 299 for 6 off their 50. DeMarco Wiggins scored 124, Justin Parrish 63, and Kamar Dixon 52. So I think we have a game on here.
Especially with Wiggins back in the pavilion. As you said, he's been the standout batter so far in this tournament. It's just an opportunity for someone else in this Barbados team, especially with them chasing not the biggest total, 162 more runs to win.
Runs on the board is runs on the board. You always hear folks say. Robinson honing in at those pads.
We're just seeing a bit of inconsistent bounce, especially from the CIU road end. That one from Robinson to Wiggins didn't bounce as high as he expected. So it's important these Barbados batters look to come forward here. Just like that, well played, bit of swing outside the off stump. Something we've grown accustomed to seeing from Robinson. Actually, it's the second time we're seeing him here at the CCG. And that just brings up another interesting point. You know, it's the second time we're seeing Jamaica in a streamed match here at the CCG. First time for Barbados. Just looking at the schedule, that's wide outside the off stump. Just looking at the schedule, Vern.
Yeah, and then
the Windward Islands don't have a match scheduled for the Coolidge Cricket Ground, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they're not. Their next game, Windward Islands games, is Bethesda. So the next game will be Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica. That will be Jamaica's 3rd game. Jamaica almost like their home.
Here at the CCG.
Yeah.
It will be another stream game for them. So that would be 3 games Jamaica will have streamed. It's driven sweetly behind square. That's going to be a boundary. Plummer can give up the chase. That raced away behind the boundary. What a piece of timing that was from Hines.
That's where they're strong. It's a half volley, and it had to be put away.
Boy, did he put it away with a plum.
They've got to bowl that hard length Robinson. The ICC Men's T20 Trophy Tour will be coming to Barbados on the 12th of April, Antigua and Barbuda on the 18th, St. Lucia on the 20th of April, Trinidad and Tobago on the 18th of May, Ghana on the 23rd of May, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 24th of May. It's going to travel across 5 continents. And the world boss, the universe boss, Chris Gale, will be moving around with that trophy.
I think the next stage of advancement in terms of these tournaments, as you said, you asked me about that a bit earlier, and I told you in the coverage, I think this next stage on now from this would be to make sure that all the games get streamed, so we don't have a situation such as this where Jamaica will have 3 stream games. Some teams just the one. And also to play in conditions here at the CCG. You'd expect all the teams to have that opportunity at least once, but some are getting it 3 times. So you just wonder in terms of the organization.
Also would like to see the best umpires down at this level as well. Oh.
Goes for that extra pace once again, and that's something we've seen from Robinson. We picked it up in the first match. His change of pace is almost a quicker delivery. The end of another solid over from him. 12 for 1 Barbados.
And there's an added incentive, Mali, for the young cricketers. It's a conversation that, you know, is going to maybe require a lot of work, but there's an investment in a conversation that can motivate all of our youth cricketers, be it male or female, at the youth level. Like to see us introduce where, you know, somebody gets 100 Mali, they get a cricket bat, more or less a motivating factor, force you to, since we're having some problems in the Caribbean and getting young batters to score 100, put an incentive on the line, a pair of gloves and a pair of bat. Each match, I feel that you can have man of the match for Leewards, and you can have a man of the match for Jamaica. All these are incentive moves that can begin to help to create the atmosphere. I'll get back to that in a little while, Mali. Back and crack that. Won't get 4 runs, they'll get a couple of runs.
Just 1, actually.
Yeah. I can remember, Mali, when Clico sponsored the Under-15 tournament, the president then of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board was Alai Lekwai. And I remember I went up to him and I said, at the end of the ceremony, I think we should, you know, each country's MVP should get a cricket kit, because the game is an expensive game in the Caribbean, and you want to be able to motivate those guys. If I see Mali Richards coming home and he was the MVP and he's got a kit, a brand new kit, that's a sort of motivation factor to get more players involved in the game. And I want people to understand, Mali, these were initiatives that were initiated in the St. Kitts Nevis 13 and under tournament. These were things that, you know, you generated, you created an interest. Because at the youth level, because we don't make cricket gears, or we don't make cricket balls, or we don't make cricket equipment in the Caribbean, everything is imported. You got to support what happens at this level.
And that sort of thing goes such a long way in terms of aiding the development of these young players. This one's aerial. Caught! Extra cover. Plummer picks up his first. He's over the moon.
That's Lickerton.
So Barbados now in a bit of trouble. Hines is removed. Bit of swing here for Plummer. Let's have a look at this, Vernon. Hint of shape. Just a bit too early through the stroke was Hines. Picked out the man at extra cover. He did very well in getting low to snap that one up. So it's 2 down, as we said. And this little chase proving to be quite tricky, at least at the beginning, for this Barbados team.
Hines in 2 minds, Mali, as I get Jason to just pull that one up. It's almost like a check drive, if we look at it, Mali. A little unorthodox stance in terms of his movement. His left foot got there, sort of leaned, Mali. Don't know if you want me to...
It's neither an attacking stroke or a defensive stroke.
Yes.
It's an in-between, in the middle, proving his downfall there. If you're going to defend, it has to be solid defense, not an extension almost. And if you're going to drive, you really commit yourself to the stroke. He did neither in the end.
13 for 2.
Plummer.
Kalani Clark comes in.
Can Plummer provide another breakthrough here for his team? Thought he played a pretty handy little role with the bat when he came in. Just managed to find a bit of swing here with the new ball. It's not extravagant. We've seen some extravagant swing, especially from Robinson, and you think back to that first game, Freighter as well. Arif Khan, wow. He was special from the CIU road end, picking up his 5. Young Emmanuel Lewis as well. Big in-swingers. Can Plummer find another one here?
Short. That's where they're strong. Short and wide and spank that. Plummer will understand that, you know, the Barbadian batsmen, they play the ball very well square of the wicket.
Yeah, he did find a little bit of movement there, but it was a bit too short. Didn't give it enough time in which to swing. And boy, did Clark pounce on that one. Sweet, sweet square cut to the boundary.
Score goes up to 17 for 2. He'll come back. Wayne Plummer. Back and crack that over backward point down to the boundary for 4. He has no pace. He sort of missed his run there as well to Plummer.
Yeah, you could tell. Just chipping in his run up. Missed it completely. Rhythm was gone. Pulled that one down outside the off stump. Free hit almost for Kalani Clark. He obliges. So back-to-back boundaries for him. He's made a rollicking start. 8 of 3.
But he's picked up the important wicket.
He has.
Wiggins and Hines back in the hut.
The 2 farm batters for Barbados.
Still got Justin Paris at the crease.
Kalani Clark managed just 12 off 8 in his previous game. So he'll be looking for a longer stint at the crease here. Still 148 to get.
Yeah, a whole lot of runs.
Sun comes back out now. We did notice that there was a bit of cloud cover. That ball just started to swing, especially for Plummer, a bit more.
Talking about the one-day series taking place in New Zealand. We'll get back to that, Mali. And the money in defense.
Good,
England got over by 4 wickets. New Zealand scoring 207 or 48.2 overs. Bates 50. After she was dropped in the first 2 overs. England 209 for 6. Jones 92. And Dean 42. So a lot of women's cricket taking place all around the world. There's also an under-19 series taking place as well. Good push down the ground.
Do like the intent in footwork from young Justin Paris. He's going forward. He's really looking to transfer the weight. It's quite busy. 4 from 9.
Big fall in the NBA, Matty.
Yeah,
You're a Lakers fan.
I'm not a Lakers fan. I think I've told you a million times I'm a LeBron James fan. Okay.
He scored 40 last night.
He did. He was 9 for 10 from 3.
I just like to pull your leg, man. Don't worry about that, man.
He's fading away from the baseline for 3s. It was a special night for him.
Yeah. All good, all good. He's secured a place alongside great Michael Jordan in the NBA Rooks with a 40-point haul. He got past the Brooklyn Nets 116-104. Just amazing of how he has been able to, you know, James at 39, keep his body in shape, really.
Almost 40.
Yeah.
This one's timed behind square nicely from Clark. Seems to be a strong area from him. So Jamaica will be best served to bowl in between wicket and wicket to Kalani Clark. Seems to be strong on anything just outside that off stump.
Denver Nuggets continuing their winning ways, 131 to 101.
Quietly.
Yeah. The Mavericks, they're going about their business as well too. 7 wins in a row.
Ooh. Bit of extra pace again from Robinson. Just doing Paris there.
Paris looking to break down backward point with a Luther Kelly square drive. And done for pace, as Barry would have said.
End of 5. 23 for 2.
Pretty interesting because the Lakers in the Western Conference, they're on track for a playoff berth with the Nets sitting in the 11th position. So I think a lot to still play for.
Yeah, Lakers in 9th. Golden State would have picked up a win last night as well. I think they've just bought a bit of breathing room in terms of securing that 10th position. Houston Rockets breathing down their necks.
It's also pretty tight in the English Premier League. Nobody knows who's going to bring this one home. It's really tight in the top 4.
Yeah, it was a highly anticipated clash yesterday, wasn't it? Between Man City and Arsenal.
Yeah, they played to a 0-0 draw.
I think Liverpool would have been the happier of the 3 contending teams yesterday.
They sneaked out to the 2-1 victory. So much. The most watched league in the world.
Yeah, still a lot to play for, though. We'll be back at it again tomorrow, actually. Quick turnaround this week. Got midweek Premier League games.
Who will win out? Is the big question being asked.
Missed his run this time again, did Plummer, but he aborted it. Vern?
Yeah. At least he learned from the last time. So the top of the table, Liverpool with 67, Arsenal 65, Manchester City 64, Aston Villa with 59. Going hard. Squeezed the way down to the third man feeler.
I think it's a big game as well on Wednesday between Manchester City and Aston Villa.
At back Manchester United, they're in 6th place with 48 points. Tottenham in 5th with 56.
Yeah, that's my team as well, too. For Manchester United, haven't had the best of seasons.
Your daddy must be putting up some bets to figure out that Liverpool can come home.
Still got my money on Manchester City, though.
In the bottom half, you have Luton, Burnley, and Sheffield United.
There's a bit of a fast going on down there in terms of who's going to get relegated. We've seen teams being docked points for breach of financial fair play.
Sweet, lovely shot here by Kalani Clark.
It's going to go close to the boundary, that one.
They get 2 runs. Spectators, parents, and the fans. An outside microphone for the Barbados team shouting.
It's Justin Paris, actually. He's the left-hander. Sweet timing through the offside. He's got quite a languid style, doesn't he?
He does.
Especially on those strokes outside the off stump. That prompts a field change. Extra cover goes back onto the boundary. Actually, cover goes back to the boundary.
Interesting scenario now. Barbados chasing today as compared to the 2 games before where they batted first they played. So this is always a new scenario.
That was a good delivery, that one from young Wayne Plummer. Maybe just using that breeze going from right to left or from east to west.
26 for 2.
Too short, that one.
Make it 32. Make it 32 for 2. It's gone all the way. Badly lined delivery. He doesn't have any pace. I can't understand why he keeps dragging down the ball all the time, Mali. Every time and again he gets ambitious and feel that he has to bowl a short ball.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually trying to bowl a short ball. He's just missing his run, lack of rhythm at times, maybe just struggling with the right-hand, left-hand combination as we see him now change his line of attack to around the wicket. Especially with fine leg up in the circle. Balls on middle and leg. It's just a free hit for Paris. It's a better delivery outside that off stump from Plummer. Still a bit to work with though, a young man. Quite like what I see from him. Very competitive indeed. As you said, Vernon picked up that very valuable wicket of Hines a little earlier.
I think Jamaica will also have to understand that this game is not over by a long shot yet, because Barbados do bat deep. Clubbed to the mid-on area for 4.
And that's what I said, you know, they've lost a couple wickets here early, but I anticipate that this confident Barbados batting lineup will still keep his foot on the gas in terms of looking to put pressure on these Jamaica bowlers. Regardless if the ball's in their area, they're gonna go hard.
They're not gonna back down.
Could leave that from Clark.
.36 for 2. Hines, Wiggins back in the hut for the Barbados under 15 team. They need 133 more.
Just our delivery keeping down. I think that's the main threat in terms of the pitch. Just have to look to be coming forward more often than not. Not saying just prop forward onto the front foot, but looking to come forward. So far, Clark looks good. Nick, down. Chance goes a begging. They need everything to stick, especially they've come back for 2 runs here.
Reed has to take that. You have to take that. Nicked off.
It's a low catch, sharp and low to his right. It's just a little slow to react.
Gotta take that.
In the end, they come back for 2. Robinson creating chances here. Young Clark just hanging the bat outside that off stump.
Plummer is having a torrid time, Mali. That would be Thomas. That would be Gray. So they have Gray and two of the smallest fielders on the biggest boundary here.
Yeah, they look quite young indeed, maybe 12 or 13. Or just very small for the age. But I anticipate they'll have another year or 2 at this level, in this age group. Driven. So you've seen the difference in terms of timing from these Barbados opening top order batters in comparison to the Jamaicans.
Jamaica will be hoping to bring some of their character dominance here to the Jamaica under 15 team here in Antigua and Barbuda. 45 times, Mali, that they've, could say, running away with the Carifta games. Their last defeat came way back in 1984. And the Bahamas would have won at home. Since then, Jamaica have not lost the Carifta games.
I haven't, but I think I've always just loosely followed the Carifta games. It was just, I think, a few years ago when I think the athlete from the Virgin Islands, Adija Hodge,
Adija Hodge, yeah,
took the Carifta games by storm, and I've kind of followed her progress as well. You think of a Brianna Liston as well. These young girls, dominant at that level, have gone on to be quite dominant as well at the next level, collegiate level.
The good thing about it, Mali, is that a lot of the other Caribbean countries are coming through in leaps and bounds. Guyana, on the opening night, they would have won like 3 gold medals.
Antigua as well.
Yeah.
Picking up quite a few medals already. This one's driven nicely through the offside.
I think it's Nevis picking up 3 yesterday, a couple of medals. So the smaller nations have been really dominant. Cayman Islands, so the under 20 boys 100. There's a young man from Barbados who is running for the Cayman Islands now. So a lot of talent. The next Usain Bolt, the next Shelley Fraser, they all come out to the Carifta Games.
Or the first, or whatever their name is, you know. In the same lineage, but looking to make their own names.
It's the biggest track and field event in the world. I have to really give some credit to the founders. Steered beautifully down into the third man area.
Seems like Paris actually likes or prefers that little extra pace on the ball. Allows him to just use the pace, open the face. Wide of third man on that occasion. So he's getting into his innings quite nicely here. 14 from 16 deliveries now.
You know, it is always so important, Mali, to have competition taking place. The Sir Garfield Sobers International Schools Cricket Tournament will be returning. Come back to you with that date. To Barbados, June 30th to Monday 15th July 2024. You have schools from all around the world will be converging in Barbados. What an honor to be able to meet Sir Gary.
Especially at this stage of his life. You know, these legends won't be around forever. Gotta take the opportunity when you can. Once again, wide of third man. A bit of feeling for the fielder down there to do. He messes up quite badly in the end. Did well to get there. Not sure what happened.
This is what happened, Mali.
Got there quite well, actually ricocheted off his leg back into the boundary. So from his hand to his leg back into the boundary for 4.
Abranois making a real meal of that one. First thing you have to do is stop the ball. That's the first thing that you have to do.
Yeah, tried to do everything in one almost. Young War. End of that Littleton over. That 4 just spoiling his figures slightly, conceding 7 in the end. So in pursuit of 169 to win. After 8 overs, Barbados are 46 for 2.
Yeah, 46 for 2. Talking about the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, Group A, India, Pakistan, Ireland, Canada, United States of America, double host. Group B, England, Australia, Namibia, Scotland, Oman. Group C, New Zealand, Uganda, Afghanistan, Papua New Guinea, and the host West Indies. In Group D, Nepal, Sri Lanka, South Africa, Bangladesh, and Netherlands. Another boundary being squeezed into the offside now, Mali.
Yeah, real sweet timing here from Clark. So not only has he been strong on anything outside that off stump, shown an ability to score on both sides of the wicket with that whip through mid-wicket. Looking good here. Moving on to 22. Kalani Clark.
Undone him for pace there, Keplo.
You could just see as hopefully Jason can pull that up again. Let's have a look at that one. Something we spoke about even with the seniors the other day. Look at the head position here, Vern. Probably didn't bounce as much as he anticipated. But have a look. That head just bouncing up and down, causing him to lose sight of the delivery. Should be an easy single here. Good batting.
This is what we didn't see in the Jamaican innings. Being able to rotate the strike using their wrists, breaking their wrists. 50 up for Team Barbados, 51 for 2.
Yeah, it's playing with soft hands, that ball. Just trickling off the square.
Barbados will be hosting the final on June 29th. Trinidad and Tobago semi-final, second semi-final on June 27th. And Guyana, the first semi-final. Hopefully we'll be calling it the Clive Lloyd Stadium.
Batting again from Paris. Finding run scoring not quite as difficult as the Jamaicans here in the first power play.
Tournament starting in the United States of America, out of this world. First game in Dallas, USA versus Canada. I'd like to bet on that game.
Bet with who? Not me. Bet with Bet365.
Would you be betting on June 9th, man? India, Pakistan.
Oh no, I'll tell you what I will bet on going forward. Any ICC tournament, someone needs to offer me a good stake in that as well. Good odds.
Clipped away. 4 more.
It's going to race down the hill.
Into the square leg boundary.
Near the Athletic Club, formerly the Athletic Club here at the CCG.
These two on a rampage here, Mali. Barbados, the wheels are falling off here for Jamaica.
Really are just bowling two sides of the wicket now is Robinson. He's been made to pay every time he errs. Twice.
10 runs out the over so far. His figures have been spoiled.
Yeah, twice he's been whipped through the onside for a boundary. And he's nicked off. Oh, I saw a bit of deviation there. That was a jaffer and a half.
Yeah, that's what he was searching for all the time.
Maybe a bit of swing or seam. Look at that one.
Late swing.
Just a bit of late swing from Robinson.
Yeah. And there was no movement at all there from the batsman. It was almost caught on the crease.
I was going to say, going forward, what I would bet on is any ICC tournament going India and Pakistan being in the same group. What odds do you think I get on that? It's like the ICC says we can't risk ICC and Pakistan not playing each other in the tournament, so we make sure we get them in the same group, so we get the biggest game. Isn't that the money game of the tournament as well?
Yeah, well, if you're building a stadium for over 30 million, Mali, in the United States and the preliminaries.
It's smart. It's clever. I mean,
it's business.
It's business at the end of the day.
The business of sport. It's a billion-dollar industry.
Not sure how much of that is a random draw, though.
Yeah. That looked like it was more or less fixed in the proportion of what was happening. But it's going to be an exciting tournament, Mali. However we look at it, there's a lot of pressure on host country, the West Indies. No ball. Circle again. Somebody. Hall. Damara Hall missed out.
So it'll be a free hit.
You got 3 fielders outside. You're supposed to have at least 2 in. You're only allowed to have 2 fielders out. You had 3.
Right-handed Clark on strike for this free hit. Goes through the legs, actually. Good bowling that from Littleton. Followed Kalani Clark.
And the keeper missed. Amara Reid gave away a bye.
Very good bowling from young Littleton as well. And he's probably been one of the more impressive players for Jamaica in this tournament so far. With bat and ball, looks a very good athlete as well.
He's a competitor. Starts to remind me of a Cleveland Davidson. Wonder if these guys are getting a little tired.
Who? Jamaica?
Oh, you got 12 youngsters playing for the first time.
For sure.
That would be a challenge.
Seen quite a few changes though.
Yeah.
Through their lineup.
No Jaime Freighter and no Delante Scott. And I guess that would be in the pursuit of losing the last game and trying to give other players an opportunity. Clark, 27. Paris, 20 on strike. 59 for 2.
Clark's already found the boundary 5 times. 20 deliveries.
Very high proportion of boundaries.
Well above this required run rate here. Current run rate of just above 6.21 to be exact. Just what you'd want in the power play. Just 3 deliveries remaining.
Littleton mixing up his pace. Somebody wants him to work again.
Very similar in his approach to a Fontaine as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Quite skiddy medium pace, a similar action. Bat in a similar position as well.
Except that Fontaine.
In fact, they bat in a similar way, similar fashion.
Yes. Gotta find out what's happening in that run chase.
Very similar actions. Just looking at him is almost a carbon copy, to be fair. The end of that Littleton over.
So, latest score here, Coolidge, at the end of 10, 59 for 2. Jamaica, at the end of their 10, it was 17 for 3.
Yeah, night and day in terms of the runs. Just lost the 1 wicket less, Barbados. But the way they've gone about it here in this power play, it's going to take something special from one of these Jamaican bowlers, I think. What the Barbadians batters do, they don't allow the opposition bowlers to settle, per se, especially in this first 10. They look to attack. Just the two, just the maximum of 2 fielders required outside the 30-yard circle. They really use that fielding restriction to their advantage. That's something I'd love to see more from, not just even in these junior players, but our senior players around the region. It's definitely time for a new brand of 50-over cricket. He has to start somewhere. If you think about it, we didn't qualify, came 5th. Qualifying tournament in Zimbabwe for the last 50-over World Cup.
It's the mindset, Mali. We got to change the mindset. We got to come up with new tactics, really. Why should I wait on Mali to come and tell me we have to change our brand of cricket? Everybody's playing our brand now, and we've gone the opposite side.
I think we would have spoken about that in the 4-day championship as well, as Jedi Gray comes into the attack with his leg spinners. Yet another wrist spinner here on Chauvin.
Starting with a slip. Pretty encouraging. Wide signal by the umpire.
He's got a good rhythm to his action as well.
Yeah. I like his run up too, because it gives him chance to be able to approach the crease. Think about it.
He uses that momentum into his bowling action. It's a good delivery.
I was looking at his leading arm, his non-bowling arm. You could see where he's thinking about. So he's a product that they can work on.
Jade Gray.
Every time you see a spinner, you feel so thrilled. Squeezed away into the outside. That's a lame effort there from the fielder. He's giving away 4 runs.
I think just a little naive from the fielder there at backward point. Spin doing him. Attacked that one. Didn't really account for the ball spinning away from him. It was peeled off the outside edge from Paris.
Deshaun Smith, you have to feel that. You have to. Nothing is wrong with the outfield here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. 50 partnership of 43 balls between Paris and Clark.
He's just caught wrong-footed there.
And simply because he's in a standing up position, Mali. He just comes in and he's not getting low to the ball. You've got to get low in those areas. Those are hot areas.
Also that, it wasn't so much he didn't get low. He didn't anticipate the ball would spin from right to left. He should have anticipated that, but as we were saying, these young guys learning the game, just a little naive in that position, considering how it came off the outside edge from the left-handed Paris. Just something for him to store in that computer of his. This one's hammered across the line, so into the gap as well. Almost split them perfectly. A bit of footwork done there by, looks like, Salmon.
Jamaica Reggae Boys can do with his skills there.
Andrew Lloyd, in fact, down on that mid-wicket boundary.
I think the Trinidad and Tobago, I was just looking at the amount of parents here, Mali from Barbados, but I think Trinidad and Tobago, they would win that trophy again.
Yeah, they've had the biggest contingent we've seen so far. The Leewards as well have had quite vociferous support. We were at Liberta the other day, probably the biggest crowd we've been to for any match so far this season.
For any match?
Any match. And that's any match. We're talking West Indies 4-day championship as
any
well.
Match. You don't even, you just have to just say that, man. Any match.
Even our producer Jason was saying it was quite a good crowd out there. It added to that atmosphere, didn't it?
Really?
Especially as things became tight towards the end.
And it was a local derby. Leewards, Windwards, the OECS derby.
Very competitive indeed. Another change of bowling here from this media center end. Andrew Lloyd actually coming into the attack. These off spinners. So good batting again from Paris. Using the depth of the crease. It's one thing that's looked quite assured. He's had assured footwork, both on the front foot and the back. Just a low turn there from Lloyd. Quite tall off spin bowler. Doesn't quite deliver from his highest point. But encouraging for him, that last delivery, just a hint of turn.
What has always been encouraging, Mali, is being around your cricket, is that the parents always travel. Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago. To an extent, you'll have not a lot from the Windwards, but depending on where the championship is. So it means that there's a base. Something is always happening because it's an established time. It's almost established just like Carifta.
I think it's important that these young guys, these kids, have the support of the family as well. Not just on these tournaments, but when they're at home. It's incumbent upon the parents to...
Don't think we see enough of that in the Leewards as consistently. Can he hit?
Another sharp single here. Paris is quick to answer the call though. He needed a bit of a dive, but he gets home. Yeah, I think that support is so important in terms of allocation of time as well at home for these players to work on their skills. The parents have to be very involved, I think.
And parents also need time, Mali. So you need to, to give the family time to know, well, listen, Mali Richards has made the team, so he can be able to travel, because the airfares are so expensive. Sometimes people want to go, but the last week you hear, well, your son is going to make the team, or you want to be able to give time. 12 overs bowled, 70 for 2 Barbados.
And I think that's something that's so different now as opposed to back then. You asked me about the advancements in these tournaments and the like, but you would have known the dates well in advance. letters would have been sent home to parents and to schools well in advance. Everyone would know. The information would be disseminated, as you said, in good time. So give parents and even fans an opportunity to organize themselves. This one's pulled away. He's probably going to hold out here.
He does.
And he does. Young Clark picking out the big boundary down to the Athletic Club.
Is that Salmon?
Nah, it's Lloyd coming off that mid-wicket boundary. And Jade picks up his first wicket.
Almost reminds you like a carbon copy.
Jade Gray.
Like a carbon copy, Mally, of Shane Dorish when he was playing here.
Yeah, he was in control, Kalani Clark, 30 of 26. Leading up to that dismissal. Got a long hop almost. Didn't quite choose what he wanted to do. Could have rolled the wrists, hit it down, especially with two men back on the boundary. That's something the young man will learn.
Maybe he thought he was playing at Bethesda.
Yeah,
All Saints.
He's definitely looking to hit that for 6.
Yes, you could see that. That's why I said that.
And you don't mind that either. It's just execution.
So, Barbados losing their third wicket, 70 for 3. And Jediah Gray strikes.
Yeah, big wicket that. Especially from the young man, Jade Gray.
Jade. Barbados' parents enjoying. They just had a delivery of some pizzas. Getting themselves organized. They're getting their own lunch. In the meantime,
I think that's something that also needs to be looked at, even here at the CCG. In terms of what's available, you know, real shops or
they need to set up
refreshments
a little canteen here, especially for folks who come here.
Yeah.
Even the surroundings as well too. You know, you want to be welcoming, so at least, you know, you got a nutsman. We don't have a nutsman here, but if you come to Coolidge and you know, hey, you can get some drinks.
Yeah, it should be a little bar or something
around.
I think all in due time, especially with the amount of cricket being played here.
Cricket is such a harsh game. Not a delivery there, Gray. Just hanging his head down because he bowled one down the leg side and looked around and saw the umpire with his long arms.
Showed good control though, the young man.
Ooh.
Kumar Dixon, new batter.
Just amazing that during Easter, you see how many parents will be traveling during summer. Oh, that was well bowled.
Very well bowled indeed. Young Dixon also picked up a half century in the previous match. Was very quick in doing so as well. Faced just 43 deliveries for his 52, hit 8 4s and 1 6. Strike rate of 121. Definitely someone with quite a fair bit of batting ability as well. And as we said, this Barbados batting lineup may be the most complete that we've seen thus far in the tournament.
Based on performance.
Yep.
A ball by the young man. So despite those, the wide delivery, not bad at all. The second over, picking up his first wicket.
Yeah, 2 for 10 for Gray. As you said, bowling leg spin, not the easiest of arts. He showed good control so far, especially a young man still growing. His hands probably not as big as they will be.
Look like he's about 12, Mally.
Yeah, he's not really struggling to grip the ball. In fact, his hands probably look, hands and feet, probably the biggest parts of his body. Seems like he's got a fair bit of growing to do.
So Andrew Lloyd will continue. Ken, the keeper, is not staying with it at all, just rising way too early. buy signal. We saw Bramble for the Leeward Islands. Now we're seeing Reed. And we saw also for Barbados, we saw Seth Smith. And they tend to be in this comfortable position, Mali, with the legs up and they just here. Got to go down as a keeper.
To be fair, I think Bramble was the most egregious. He just wasn't going down
No,
at all, was he?
He didn't have a clue about that one. He was not interested.
Fully upright when the bowlers were delivering.
He just enjoyed that.
Yeah. Had real problems in readjusting whenever the ball kept a bit low.
He's out caught behind. He's out caught behind. That's a beauty. It really was a nothing shot, Mali. He was trying to get fancy, more or less. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at his right foot. There. Yeah, beauty. Good delivery, Mali.
Good delivery, but just caught into defending just a little wide of that off stump for young Paris.
Same thing that you're talking about, Mali. Yeah. You've been a typical left-hander. If you're going to go, you go hard. You can't be defending. You can't be pensive. He was more or less pensive in that one. He's upset with himself. And when you have a strong coach like Roddy Eswick and company in the hut, you have a lot of explanation later, son, in the team meeting to explain what happened there.
Yeah, just needed to probably look to hit that into the V. Maybe into that mid-off region, down the ground. He's probably looking to play a little too square, was Paris. Ended up taking that outside edge. Just needed to present more of a full face.
Trying to be cute, Mali. Can't be cute in a cricket game.
Took a big edge. Barbados in trouble here, 73 for 4.
Very big. They need 96 of 219 balls, so they can walk 96 singles, Mali.
I doubt they'll want to do that.
I don't
think, as you said, they can.
But their style of play has been very, very, very aggressive.
Just required run rate 2.63. The current run rate has dipped with the fall of those 2 wickets to below 6, 5.41 now. Can they get another? Innocuous looking type Andrew Lloyd, but he's on the money here. Quite a tall, lanky off spinner. Spectacled, number 43 on his back. Here he is again. Nick, and he's gone!
He's out caught!
Double strike for Andrew Lloyd. We did say Barbados in a spot of bother.
Wow.
Even more trouble here for them. Smith goes for a duck. Lloyd picks up his second.
Loose shot by Smith. Look at that catch.
His second of the over as well. Sharp catch at first slip.
I almost said he was dropped at first, Mali, but I had to apologize. That was a sharp catch.
See you later.
Woo!
And Jamaica just forging ahead here. Halfway through this Barbados lineup, 73 for 5. They've got a chance, Vernon.
Hines, Wiggins, Paris, Smith, Mali feels that Jamaica is in this game.
Definitely in this game. If you were a betting man, you'd probably make them slightly favorites at this stage. Just favorites.
The thing about it, Mali, is that I think for the first time they're chasing as compared to the games before where they batted first. So it's a different scenario working out all the way. 73 for 5.
And it's good to test these young players in different scenarios, to see them tested in different scenarios. As you said, that slightly less pressure batting first. Not the biggest of totals. They've almost averaged 300 so far, Barbados. 330 in the first game, 299 in the second.
Yeah. Now they need 96 in 217 balls. We have a game on, Mali.
Guyana looking, maybe not at the moment, but they'll be hoping Jamaica could pick up a win here. This one honing in on the pads again. Maybe taking a bit of an inside edge.
Over completed
Fantastic finish. Good over from Andrew Lloyd. 2 wickets coming in that over. He's got figures of 2 for 1 from his 2 overs. 73 for 5 Barbados in pursuit of 169.
Do you think that Jamaica have a left-arm spinner?
Where? In this squad?
In this squad.
Probably, somewhere.
Let's find out. If they do, we have a game on.
They've got a right-arm leg spinner and a tall, lanky off-spinner in the attack at the moment.
Looks a little... If you look at his action, you might not rate him, but he's effective.
It's not even so much his action, just looking at him. You probably think, he's not looking too sporty. He gets the ball in his hand. And boy, he's on the money.
Gray into his 3rd over, 1 for 10. I think he gets an applause, Mally.
Does.
You know who's that, right, Mally?
Yeah, it's your
Deshaun
friend.
Smith. So
it's your friend. He learned.
he did learn. Kept his eyes on the ball, and he made sure, and he got a round of applause from his teammates.
Anticipated the ball to just spin slightly. He was in the right position this time.
73 for 5. This one is going to give him a chase. Can he pull this one back? Think he will. He does, and they get 2 runs quite easily. I think they got to get the angles worked out here, Mali. He just needs to come a little squarer.
Yeah, this time just beaten to his right. Fielder at backward point.
Hall making the change himself at slip. Making the adjustment. This is what you like to see.
It's a good area again from Jade Gray.
Yeah.
And if you think, I mean, the control he's showing here, it's quite impressive, eh?
It
For
is.
a small guy, maybe the smallest player in his team so far, one of the smallest players you've seen in this tournament. Big number 31 on his back. He's on the money right again, pitching on middle and leg stump.
Almost turned Dixon right around as well too. The most important thing is presentation of his bat was nice and straight.
He's got long legs, doesn't he? Jade Gray.
Still growing.
Yeah.
Clubbers this one out to the mid-wicket fielder. Looks like it is Plummer. Why they have the shortest, the smallest fielders? Oh man, I don't.
Nah, that look like that's Littleton.
Don't think they can't be everywhere, Mally. So
Yeah.
I'll give that one a break. 15 overs bowled, 76 for 5.
That was actually Ryan Littleton on that mid-wicket boundary.
It's a whole different ball game here. A wicket or 2 more here could open this game even wider.
I think, yeah, even wider. They've opened it up already, the Jamaicans. They've really forced their way into this match. That double strike from Lloyd. And he's back here into his 4th, looking for another. Looking for 2 here, though. This is Pierre. Dixon. Looks quite cool and calm.
Yeah, until something happens.
Looks relaxed so far, 5 from 12.
You tend to lose wickets just before the break or after a break. Every now and again, Lloyd produces something special.
He does. He's got a good, quicker delivery as well, without any real discernible change in his action as well. Seems to hustle on.
Standby umpire. Bertil Baltimore signaling to the dressing rooms that water break will become...
Oh, trouble, trouble! Oh, poor throw!
Throw not good enough at all.
Throw just a little too high. and wide for the wicketkeeper to take and affect the run out.
Tyson Gordon Jr. Just
Chance.
before the break.
Big chance missed.
Dixon, where was he going?
Jamaica needed to take that opportunity. Have a look at that again. He got there in good time. Just needed to effect a good throw. Wicketkeeper was in position, but just a bit too high. Dixon survives.
It's got to be on the money. So 2 runs out of that over. The first hour in the second session, Barbados are 78 for 5, 16 overs bowled. They need 169 for victory. And do we have a game on here? Mali says yes, we have a game on.
Yeah, definitely have a game on, but join us in roughly 5 to 10 minutes or so for what should be an exciting run chase here.
So welcome back to the afternoon session. 78 for 5 after the drinks break. A lovely crowd has turned out here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground on an Easter Monday in Antigua and Barbuda. It's a holiday throughout the entire Eastern Caribbean. Gray. He's looked like a good prospect so far. 13 dot balls. This is just only his 4th over. Too many messages coming out. Players are almost confused. Worked into the onside. Pass around. brings Dixon into strike. Kamara Dixon score in the meantime goes up to 79 for 5. 79 for 5. This is over number 17. Barbados need 90 runs. Here is Dixon back and trying to pull that one. They get 2 runs.
And all of a sudden, Vernon, every run being cheered quite vociferously from the Barbados support. Probably just highlighting the critical stage of this game, this partnership in particular between Dixon and Parsaram. I think if Jamaica could get one more wicket here, goes for a variation there, does young Gray.
Yeah, they got to keep it simple. They have to believe. 88 in 200 balls. If you're a betting man, you'll be thinking that Barbados can win this easy. If you're not, then we know that we have a game on. The partnership is only 8. Anything is possible.
Dixon's key here. As we said, coming off a half century in the previous match, so he's been in a bit of form. 7 of 19.
Over comes to an end. 17 overs bowled. 81 for 5. Andrew Lloyd 2 for 3. Can he produce a beauty or a Jaffa?
It's really opened this game up, Andrew Lloyd, with that double strike 2 overs ago.
I think he has to be very careful, Mali, because he fancies playing the ball square. He's got to look to play the ball up in front of him. He'll be beginning to look behind. Not out. Height. Pio Geese. He's coming around the wicket, Mali. I'd like him to go over the wicket. He's bowling in his shades.
I don't think they're shades. I think they're glasses, to be fair. As you said earlier, spectacle type. Probably one you wouldn't take quite as serious just on the looks of him. But boy, when he gets the ball in his hand. Toss up. Oh, almost hit straight back to him. Parsaram. Got a full toss. Looked to take advantage. Went down the ground. Didn't make solid enough contact. Luckily for him. It's all happening here. These fielders in the circle really buzzing around, sensing an opportunity. Barbados support as well. Quite, I would say, nervous at this stage.
Jamaica will have to lift their fielding standards, Mali, especially their ground fielding. They have to lift this if they want to be in this contest. They got to be buzzing. They got to lift it. They got to take every chance.
We already saw them miss that run-out opportunity.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper has to stay down longer, not be rushing the ball. Just wait, just relax. I think they have to bowl wicket to wicket, force the Barbadian batters to try and come up with something completely different.
So we've seen the effects of losing regular wickets. This run rate now,
85 dot balls, I think, so far, Mali, in this innings.
yeah, just at 4.5 for long periods of this innings. It was at 6, 6s and above.
Yeah.
So very good job here, especially by this spin pair, Gray and Lloyd. Not only have they pulled things back economically, they've picked up wickets. Need to keep doing so as well. Kamara Dixon in particular, from a Jamaican perspective, they've got to remove him.
Partnerships in bowling is going to be very important, and these two have delivered. Almost a collision in terms of the running. Got to be very, very careful.
Leg by signal there. Seemed to have gotten a fairway across his stumps, did Parsaram on that one.
I thought he got away with that one. He walked right around that delivery. Let's look at it,
Just
Mali.
depends on where it pitched. Pitched outside.
Outside the leg stump.
That leg stump, though.
That's what maybe saved him. Still got to be careful, because he could get bowled around his legs. The next one. Kemar Dixon looking around.
Whipped away nicely from Dixon. Should be too easy. They were quick through for the first one.
I think Lickerton is just a little bit too far. But I think the power of Dixon has intimidated Captain Hall to have Lickerton right on the boundary. But that's a big side.
Also, you've just got to concede when there's a bit of good batsmanship. That was well played, well weighted from Dixon. Forced Littleton to run to his left.
I don't know if he's going to be at this time thinking about trying to clear the man at mid-wicket or deep backward square. Again, he's going to nudge this one around. Is he coming back for two again?
Should be.
Yeah. Lickerton can't stop that. He's got a powerful return. Here's where Smart's coming to the cricket, Mali. Hall has to bring him off the boundary. I think the field at deep backward square is maybe just too fine as well, too. Something that they could maybe think about.
Not sure why the field is needed even at deep backward square here.
Yeah.
Especially with how far Littleton is around there. Very wide at mid-wicket.
I think he's wasted.
Very much so. Could probably be on the square leg boundary instead. Good save.
Who's that putting their body on the line?
Coney Robinson.
Yeah.
So good to see the big fast bowler there.
Getting down.
Yeah, to his left, who's hit quite nicely.
You always find great athletes from Jamaica. Almost look like a tall, lanky Nehemiah Perry. Full toss. Lucky to get away with that one.
For a second, I thought he was going to launch himself into that one.
Yeah, he shaped up like he was.
Yeah, Littleton probably would have been in business.
And he's still eyeing that position there. He's thinking about it, Dixon.
Goes for a variation, quicker delivery. Does great. He escapes with a dot. So 5 runs coming from that one.
Yeah. Somewhere along the line, I feel there's another twist to this game.
Definitely.
87 for 5, 19 overs bowled. It's not a stroll in the park, but Jamaica would need to remove Dixon. He's one of the informed batters for the Barbados under-15 team and could be the last recognized main batsman who is in form.
11 from 27. He's looked quite competent, though, the way he's gone about his innings.
Looks like a big 15 as well, too.
It's big and strong, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rolled. Luckily for Parsaram, it wasn't straight. Let's have a look at this one again from Lloyd. As he said, doesn't deliver from his highest point. But boy, if that was straight, it would have been curtains for Parsaram. Once again, onto the back foot. So has to be a bit careful going onto that back foot here. Especially to Lloyd around the wicket. Few cracks starting to open up.
This is the 3rd game on this track. With one more on Wednesday, the final round, and then the closing ceremony right after. Or the closing ceremony on the Wednesday as well. Don't know if a venue has been announced for that. Maybe they might think about having it at Coatsland Hotel, where at least 4 of the teams are staring.
Surely they should have a venue already, no?
Yeah, well, the last time they had it right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But based on what I saw on the fixture, Mali, let me just tell you, I think I saw 7 o'clock was the closing ceremony. So that is what prompted me to feel that they maybe might be
having it at the Coatsland Hotel.
No, in fact, yes, they said closing award ceremony 7 p.m. So could be at Coastland. I'll ask Judy Mitchum in a while.
So another 2. Yeah, that one to end that Lloyd over.
But you realize, Mally, the context of the game, there have been partnerships during Jamaica's innings that have been building, and then all of a sudden you get a wicket and you get a wicket or 2. So it's the same context continuing here.
A similar pattern to the innings. No one really being able to stamp home the authority with the bat just yet.
That's why we feel that there's another twist to this game. Which side will the twist go? We don't know.
When Paris and Clark were at the crease, it threatened.
Lickerton comes now from the CIU road end.
Going to need to take a wicket here. He's going to be brought back to do so. He only bowled 2 in his first spell.
Yeah. He's going to have to produce a Jaffa. And this is the first time that we're seeing him bowl from this end in the 2 games so far in the 2 innings. Jamaica believing.
They should. Done very well to force themselves back into this match with not the biggest total here. Leg side-ish from Littleton to start.
Feeler saving that one. Happens to be Wayne Plummer.
Weenie boy, as the Jamaicans would say.
Yeah, very close there. He has to be very careful as well too. If he doesn't get down, there's a chase.
Quite like Wayne Plummer, like what I see from him as well.
Good in batting, bowling and fielding.
Gets into good positions though, this Kamar Dixon.
He looks, and when I say a big boy, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't be growing, but he looks like a bit like an under-19 player. I saw his body language. He looks like somebody who's had some exposure. Just look at his stance again, Mali. On the monitor. Plays the ball very late as well, too.
Very uncomplicated technique.
Sort of reminds me of a Chesney Hughes, Mali. Same sort of stature. Not as big. He's growing still, but he just plays within that area there.
Big nut, former Leeward Islands and Derbyshire player.
Ken, he has to be careful, Mali. He walks across his crease. When the ball comes between middle and leg, tends to look like he loses it.
On that occasion, it just seemed like he did. Just that one in that blind spot to the left-hander just seemed to lose that one, did Dixon. One area in which Passaram looks quite good. Anything just outside that off stump. He uses the hands, doesn't he?
Looks to go square. That gentleman down there looks like his dad, because he's been shouting now for some time. Has the same body structure.
Same head shape.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you can just pick up looking at people, right? At least a family member. Taking a keen interest in this passenger play as well.
Over completed 21 bowl. Barbados are 91 for 5. 91 for 5. Wiggins, Hines, Paris, Clark, Smith, all back in the hut.
Yeah, they just need to keep whittling this total down, actually.
Break it down in tens.
Barbados.
It's going to be a good test for them.
78 in 174 balls, so no real pressure from that aspect.
They need 78 singles. Like to keep it as simple as that. But Andrew Lloyd might be saying to me, not today, Mr. Springer.
Could face 10 maidens in a row and it have no real effect on proceedings.
And still win the game.
Just need a partnership here, Barbados. Wide. Bit of room to drive.
The angles got to be worked out, Mali.
Not quite out the middle, but good enough for 2 runs.
That's where Wiggins was, in terms of his field placing. He understood that. Hall is now reacting. For some strange reason, the fielder's shoe, his right shoe dropped off.
Ran out of his shoe, Vern.
Yeah.
He's moving that quickly.
Got to go to it. Ooh, keeper.
Good area, good shape on that delivery from Lloyd.
Keep looking at the ball, keeper. Had some bounce on it.
It's not only fast bowlers that shape the ball, you know, really good spinners as well. Get good shape on the ball through the air.
Full toss.
That's the second time he's almost hit a full toss straight to a fielder.
Yeah.
In fact, it was Lloyd in the previous over.
Plummer in the hot spot there. Wayne Plummer.
Going back, that one just keeping down slightly, taking the inner half.
I think he's got to be a lot tighter. He's got to defend this castle. He's trying to go leg side of the ball.
Especially on that back foot, you can see one just creeping down. He's already got one that rolled. Fuller length, likes it in that area. Better for him. Worked away through the offside.
Likes to place the ball behind square.
Very handsy type player. Passer around.
Over completed, 22 overs bowled, 94 for 5. Kalani Clark top scored with 30, Paris 26. And the informed batter, the Barbados captain, he didn't show me anything today. He got a not, so I'll have to wait and see him another day, maybe in the under-17 tournament. Rickerton. Rickerton coming into this game, Mali, with some 6 wickets and 61 runs as well.
I think those 61 runs would have come in 1 innings.
Yes, would have. Can he produce something special? Dixon on the non-strikers end. Hammered, can't score. He's going more for power passing. He just needs to lean into the ball, lead with his head and his shoulders. That was a full toss. Just need to get that right foot out and find the gap. Father is saying to him, whether it's father, uncle, or who is saying, just do the basics. Number 10 there, a throw there from the fielder in Salmon. Jamaica have to stay in this game, especially the fielders inside the 30-yard circle. They have to stay in the game, stay in the moment. .95 for 5. Barbados needs 74 more runs for victory. Jamaica needs 5 wickets. This is round 4 of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 Championship for 2024. The parents have come out in their numbers to support their team. Team Barbados. On the money. 1 run out of the over. 23 bowled. Barbados 95 for 5.
.95 for 5. Just a partnership needed. A wicket, though, from the Jamaican perspective, would go a long, long way, especially if they could remove Kamar Dixon. 11 from 35. So he's recognized the situation. He's just taking a bit of time, not being hurried. Knows they're not chasing the biggest of totals here. So if they can even put on another 30 or so this pair, it will go a very, very long way to winning this game.
Barbados' final game will be on Wednesday against the Windward Islands. That will be also a very big game. Depends on the context and the outcome of the Windward Islands game today. Dixon in strike is back and cracking that big save.
Very good save. Save 4 there.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and save 3, to be honest. Still managed to scramble through for 1.
Feeling in that position was Abraham Moore. Got out of his hand.
Big gap there as well.
Yeah, they got to be very, very, very careful about that.
That cover region. Oh, maybe playing for a bit of spin there was passed around. That just went on from Lloyd. Maybe a bit of bounce, just managing to save him on that occasion. Too short though this time, but doesn't put it away.
Because he's going leg side of the ball, Malik, rather than pressing himself to go across the crease and punch the ball into the gap.
That as well. I think he's also just coming out of the shot a bit too soon, as he said. He's trying to find that bit of room, but as you see, look at where he ends up, way outside that leg stump. It's just balance really on contact.
Barbados 1 for 1, 2 for 13, 3 for 70, 4 for 73, 5 for 73. So it's been a real tight game, Mali.
Yeah, this partnership, what, 24? Quietly.
97 for 5.
Said another 30 or so between this pair. Is what Barbados will be looking for at the very least.
They gotta lift their feeling. They gotta lift their feeling. It's gonna be very, 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 very important. The team that holds their nerves is a team that is gonna get across the line here. Jamaica will also have to understand that Barbados is not going to give them their wicket. They have to make something happen. Look for a run out. They missed one just before the first water break. Squeezed away. Down to the third man boundary for 4. It had wit.
All he had to do was make contact there. Was Dixon, as you said, presented with width. Quite full as well from Littleton. Missing his line.
100 up for Team Barbados under 15. 101 for 5.
Coming up in the 25th over. 24.2 to be exact. That 4 has prompted a change in angle from Littleton. He's going around the wicket, Vernon.
They need 68 from 145 balls. That's the equation.
He's got no one on the boundary in front of the wicket on the leg side. So,
ball into a 5-4 field.
Big gap there in mid-wicket.
I think he has to bowl a hard length, Mali. He can't be bowling those half volleys.
Can't get too straight here. He'll get clipped away.
He's not comfortable, Mali. You could tell it is not something that he's comfortable. Yeah, he's missed his run a second time. He's changed, Mali. He's come back. He's just not comfortable with that one. Just has to bowl that hard length. Goes back now from around to over. Plummer coming around. Can't stop the single. One of the things, Mali, is that when the keeper collects the ball, he turns his head. He has to watch the ball right into his gloves. It's something that I observed and picked up.
Can we see that one again, Jace? Quickly, if possible. All right, Bad. I just wanted to see where he finished Actually, we'll probably get that one after this delivery. Let's have a look. Oh, he stayed over the wicket, to be fair. Once again,
Wide delivery.
can't afford to give away too many extras here. Just 67 now.
Yeah. And that's because he's overcompensating and he wants to get the wicket.
And it's such a psychological change, even from 70 odd to 60 odd. It seems a fair bit smaller, even though it's not that much smaller. This one's worked their way down to that short third man region.
Partnership is 31 from 65.
All of a sudden, 66 to win. 65 with Dixon 17. Hasn't been at his most explosive so far, but he's just playing the situation, recognizing the need to stem the flow of wickets. Good batting again from the young man. Low risk scoring. Just playing the ball into the gap on the outside and scampering through for a single. What's good to see is that he's got the ability as well to change gears, but also to recognize the situation and to play accordingly. So he said he would have scored 52 of 43 deliveries in the previous match.
Talking about game awareness.
And this
Cracked it square for 4. He loves it in that area. Can't give him width, Lickerton. Think they have to think about somebody else, Mali.
Yeah, possibly. Once again, width from Littleton. Wasn't the fullest delivery. Played on the up from Parsuram. Seems to love anything just outside that off stump, as we've said. Threw the hands at it. Another 4. 109 now for 5 after 25. This partnership doing the job so far for Barbados. What was it, 72 for 5 when they came together?
Yeah.
Just 60 required now from 150 deliveries. And they'll be hoping for more of the same for the next 5 overs or so. And as much as we love to talk about scoreboard pressure, especially with not the most imposing total, that scoreboard pressure, it's important for the batters to remember, the team batting second, that that pressure isn't real. It's a perceived pressure. They've been scoring 300 for fun in the tournament, so they should have been, or should still be, fairly confident. Bit of a drag down there from Lloyd. Didn't bounce once again, but well played from Dixon. Kept quite low on that one. Watched it all the way.
Wonder what are the options here now for Hall. He's got to find another option. Another wicket-taking option. Somebody to come in and get 2 quick wickets. This is just too easy now. Just too much width, too much width. It's got to bowl him a lot more straighter.
That was very good batting this time from Parsuram. Readjusting, well, adjusting to the previous over. This time just allowed it to come onto the bat, open the face, use the pace of the bowler, as opposed to trying to muscle it through the offside.
Winwood Islands Mali 86 for 2. Fontaine is back in the hut already for 35.
86 for 2 seems like they've gotten off to a bit of a flyer there, though.
Yeah, they did.
Chasing 250.
Chasing 252 to win. Your good friend Zach Thomas is on 4.
He's another one who looks to have the technique in which to build on. Times the ball quite sweetly. Maybe not the strongest, the most powerful under 15 player at this stage of his career.
Arif Khan was expensive today. His first 6 scores, not for 31.
Expensive by his standards, that is. Just 5s.
Trinidad and Tobago, 65 for 2. 20 overs. Think we're going to have a game on there in that one.
I think the skipper's bringing himself on.
He has to do something, Mali.
As you said, something needs to happen now for Jamaica. Passeram 17 from 34, Dixon 19 from 44, but he's looked quite assured in doing so. Very calm, composed.
$112 for 5. They need 57 in 144 balls.
Starts by just having a little look here, does Dixon.
So Demara Hall, the skipper. Doesn't look bad at all, Mali.
No, he doesn't. Young Hall.
Maybe should have brought himself on before Lickerton in that spell. But never too late. It's a cricket game. Anything is possible. Almost carried to the number 6 there in Abraham Moore. Here is Kemar Dixon with a sweep shot, more or less. Just one bounce in front of Abraham Moore.
The 7th bowler used in the previous match. Picked up 2 for 29 from his 8 overs. This one's high.
Get away with it.
He will escape.
Got away with it.
With that one, that top edge just flying
Got
over that square leg region. Fielder had a fair amount of work to do. Your boy Littleton over there in the mid-wicket boundary.
I think the square leg fielder just needs to give himself some room, Mali, and then come in. Just some room. And maybe Hall can afford to maybe just have Littleton come 3/4 of the way in. I'm not saying he's going to catch him. He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful.
Not sure if he sweeps Dixon. He looks like he's a player that could play the sweep shot. So Hall's got to be mindful of anything just outside that leg stump, pitched on that leg stump. Especially with the square leg up in the circle, just there. That's the next area of development you'd want to see from these young batters.
Over completed. 27 bowled. Barbados, 114 for 5. Just more or less clawing themselves back into the contest so far. Ten boundaries in their innings and 1 maximum within the 114, so you understand the style of play of the Barbados team. They've been ruthless. They weren't ruthless in the top 10 overs power play today, but still manage to score at a very brisk rate.
Chance. Big chance. Outside edge taken. Passeram again throwing the hands outside the off stump.
You see that one again, Jason?
Look like Skipper Hall.
Have to take that, Mali. That's what I was talking about. Gotta lift themselves. They gotta lift themselves. He needed to look at Justin Athenes. The first slip taking an acrobatic one. That was to his left.
Jacquan, the son of Justin Athenes, almost once again was Passeram hitting that one back to Lloyd, leading edge. As you see, just the forward defensive still going to first slip, which just illustrates the angled nature of that bat, or the open-faced nature of Passeram's batting.
Likes to play the ball behind point. He loves that. He enjoys that.
That's a lot better there from him.
Too easy. Too easy.
As you can see, just struggles at times to hit the ball into the onside, even when it's full.
Yeah,
the angle of the bat face just being open at all times. Strong square of the wicket on the offside, that's for sure.
Partnership is 44 from 84.
I like this kid, Dixon. Looks very composed indeed.
Over comes to an end. 28 bowled. And Barbados are 117 for 5. They need 169 for victory. A message comes out. 2 messages. 2 emergency failures. Umpires must be not looking. And those are very long messages. Now there's a race for both of them to get off the park. They finally get off the park.
Probably just reminding this pair not to give it away. Still 52 runs to get. Maybe just sensing a bit of lapse in concentration, a few lapses in concentration between the pair.
Number 31 there, Mali Gray.
Very good running in the end. They come back for 3. So it was Passaram actually playing that down to that third man region.
Another change in the field there.
He doesn't have the strongest of arms, young Jade Gray, and that's why when we saw Delonte Scott in that first match whipping those balls in from the boundary, it actually stood out, because that's not something normal for someone at the under 15 level. Those fast twitch muscles. Had an absolute cannon on him for a 15-year-old or 14-year-old. This one's gonna be hard to stop. Down the hill here at the CCG. So timely boundary for Dixon.
Deshaun Smith diving over the ball, Mali.
Once again got there, but didn't manage to keep that one inside the boundary. So a very timely boundary indeed.
Brings up the 50 partnership, Mali, between these two. 51 off 87 balls.
They need to keep going as well. One wicket could open things up here, Vern.
Just one. After 1 comes 2, comes 3. Anything possible. 124 for 5. Coach Waddy, yes, we could have seen this over and over and over again.
Well, that's a good thing about this innings from Dixon. Came in after that double strike, but then didn't really try too much. Just played what was given to him, played the balls accordingly, showed good shot selection. It's good delivery, turn from Hall. Very good delivery, pitched on about middle and leg, going across the left-handed Dixon.
He's got to bowl the ball into the surface, Hall. Especially on this track here. We saw what happened in Stout Bowl for Barbados.
He's got nice action actually, young Demario Hall.
He does. Looks like a potential cricketer.
Yeah, finishes
29 bowled.
His second over.
124 for 5. Can Jamaica find a bowler who can put with the golden arm? Who that bowler will be? That's the big question. Who will put their hand up for Team Jamaica?
You say it's the composure of Dixon that has almost blunted this Jamaica attack. Could have kept them excited if he was playing rash strokes, being beaten outside the off stump. Or chance here. Not sure where Passaram was going. Once again, here's Dixon just at the other end, letting him know there's no need.
Feeler there in Tyson Gordon Jr. Again guilty of not staying on his feet and keeping his composure. They have to be sharp inside the 30-yard circle. They gotta believe. 2 for 17, Andrew Lloyd. Gotta force the pressure. Something has to give, Mali. They have to believe. Gotta be tighter. They have one feeler out. Andrew Lloyd looking to pick up a wicket.
Oh, threw him there, chance. Chance again. So it's the second opportunity there, I think. We'd love to see that one again. He seems very close at that first slip position, does Hall. He's in good position though. In terms of well crouched, edge taken. Oh, I think he carried. Chance goes a begging. Second one in consecutive overs. Tossed up again from Lloyd. So the Jamaicans still creating up.
$127 for 5. He's back and pulling that. Out. Mid-wicket feeler gets a single. Over. Number 30 comes to an end. 128 for 5. Barbados need 42. The last wicket fell at 73.
Yeah, what a partnership it's been between Parsaram and Dixon. Dixon in particular just led this counter-attack, but he's done so in a very calm and composed way. It's 28 from 60. Probably been the more assured of the two. Oh, just a little too lackadaisical on that one. Come on, Dixon. This match not out of the woods yet for Barbados. Still 41 to get. Another wicket here. We saw the effect a double strike could have. Hall's bowling quite well. Good area again, just on that middle and leg stump. I think Jamaica need wickets. And just in this low phase of play, with Dixon now just starting to defend quite square here. Need to get a slip in to Mario Hall. We've already seen Dixon go down at first slip. Chance dropped in the previous over. He sweeps this time behind square. That's the shot I was talking about. Doesn't make the best contact, but good enough for 2 runs. Good save that by Abraham Waugh. So the sweep shot coming out by Kamar Dixon. So shot, pull away. Better contact this time. To the right of Abraham Waugh, but 4 runs, so 7 runs, 6 runs coming off 2 deliveries here to Kamar Dixon. Good footwork from the young man. Just pressed forward, used the depth of the crease, kept his eye on the ball all the way as well. Hammered that pass war at backward square. So Hall under pressure.
Went down into the Barbados dugout just to get a feel as to what the parents were saying. Very supportive. All of the messages coming out. 34 for 5. So almost like Jamaica have given up, Ali.
Not quite.
Partnership look like it's just taking the win out of them. They missed a run out, at least 2 run outs, two catches. Nothing sticking. Hall's tree has cost 15 runs, with 6 coming off of that over. Now they're looking for another bowling change. Salmon comes into the attack. Salmon did bowl well, right? In the game against... Yes, we saw him. Is there a twist to this game? Doesn't look so. 35 from 135 more runs needed. These two look set. Kemar Dixon is the man to dismiss. Deliveries like that, the game could be over.
You're the one talking him up.
You jumped me there, Mali. It's not over yet. Slip, mid on, mid off. Cover, short extra cover. Short mid wicket.
And if you look where the gap is, it's in front of Parsuram. They've recognized his ability to hit the ball behind square, his propensity to hit the ball behind square. This one's not taken by the keeper again.
Keeper having a torrid time, Mal. He's got gloves. Have to stop the ball. He's rising too early. The ball hitting his pads, which means that he's not watching it. Gotta watch it. Relax, relax. Relax, young Reed. And stay down. This has been a responsible innings so far by Kemar Dixon, 34 from 66. And as Mali said, he came in at a double strike, and he's really anchored the innings.
You get anything on that?
No, it's going to be buys again.
Wides.
What?
If it's down the leg side. I think he got a little thing on that, possibly a bit of glove.
Ooh, that had to be a very, very thin glove.
Yeah, did see that though. It did look like it just deviated slightly.
Well done, Mali. Keeper didn't move out.
Didn't. Should have been looking to go down leg side, eh?
Got to be following the line of the ball. It's going to be important, so you got to get around even if you don't get it.
Got to make yourself a big target there.
Yeah, you have
Hit
to.
something at least.
Got to move, got to move. Got to get nimble on those feet there. Your wicketkeeper is so important to a cricket game.
66 this partnership now.
Just like a goalkeeper. Over completed 31. They need from 31 from 109 balls.
In fact, it's a 65 of a partnership, so they would have come together on 73.
311 in Antigua and Barbados, 211 in Jamaica. Look as if we can go to Dickerson Bay Beach and get a soak.
What time is it in Australia? That would be more impressive, Vern. You keep telling us about Jamaica. They're just 1 hour behind.
We're in the Caribbean.
Tell us what the time is in Australia.
I'm just keeping it simple. folks in Jamaica will be listening keenly.
You're right. You're right.
Wide delivery.
I'm sure we have a few viewers in Australia as well.
You think they'll be up watching this one?
100%.
Okay, Mali. We've got to talk to Jason, see if Jason can put up the stats.
There's some real cricket badgers in this world, you know.
Yeah, you're right for real, Mali. You'd be amazed sometimes when I get home and John Maynard says, I was listening to you in Mali.
Yeah.
Australia, Saudi Arabia, they're looking for the next talent.
Remember, this is going to the world. Once again, there, pass around. Just looking to hit the ball too square. That's why he ends up missing it. The gap's extra cover. Look how big that gap is. He's just got to look in that area.
But he's
look
right
to make contact.
But his right foot has to come out, Mali, and his top hand has to come into play when he wants to play that shot there. That's where he's strong. He fancies himself, looks pretty there, but the top hand doesn't do anything. His bottom hand is always working. His father or his uncle or whoever is reminding him that you're playing around the ball, stay focused. So he too is also aware of what we're talking about.
This one's hammered. In that mid-wicket region.
Yeah, Lickerton is a good cricketer.
Hell of a throw from that mid-wicket region. Another one of those super athletes from this Jamaican team. We saw Delonte Scott. He seems to have an even bigger arm than Ryan Littleton, but that was a fantastic throw indeed. And he did well to get round there.
He made it look so easy, Mali.
Right on the money, straight to the wicket keeper, on the full. Good stuff from Ryan Littleton. As I've said, he's been one of the more impressive all-round players for this Jamaican team so far. It's a lot better from Passaram, looking to hit the ball up in front of him.
Jamaica's next game is home here at Coolidge. Trinidad and Tobago will be playing their second game here as well too. So we'll see Jamaica back here. We'll see Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago played the opening game. No, Jamaica played the opening game, sorry.
Against Guyana here.
Against Guyana. Trinidad, they played against Trinidad played the Guyana here.
Arif Khan,
yeah,
5
Arif
for
Khan,
18.
yeah, Arif Khan is who turned up the heat here. Leewards and Jamaica played the opening game. We only had one innings.
All the matches were abandoned because of
rain.
Rain.
Much needed rain that we need in the Caribbean as well. I understand it's going to be very hot this summer, Mali. We're already starting to feel the heat already.
Well, based on the temperatures now, you just anticipate. It doesn't get colder in the summer, Vernon. It only gets hotter.
So we're going to have a hot World Cup. We're going to have a hot World Cup. Hope it's not going to be a Dubai World Cup.
Nah, it'll be a Caribbean one.
Boy,
the Caribbean feel, Caribbean flavor. Let's hope we have the sounds, the carnival atmosphere, that festival nature to our cricket.
Pressure on the home team, the West Indies. They have to get out of the group stage to get into the next round.
I think we got to be aiming for the semi-finals. You don't want to look too far ahead, but I think in a home World Cup, with the home support, the players on offer for the West Indies got to be looking to at least get to the final four. Anything can happen from there.
Anything. In a T20 World Cup, they're going to have a pretty good squad, Mali.
That's what I'm saying. The players available to them, as good a squad as we've had in recent times. Had some good T20 international results as well.
And even though we really didn't win the series against Australia, Mali, we showed some glimpses of danger.
But we would have beaten South Africa in South Africa.
In South Africa.
Did we beat England?
We also beat, yes, we beat England.
Beat England at home.
And we also won a game against Australia.
Yeah, so
2-1.
And we beat
And
India
we
here
beat
as well, yeah.
India at home.
I think, wow, such a long time ago when you think about it. Devon Thomas probably was playing in that T20 series, wasn't
Yes,
he?
he was. So a lot has happened during the period of time.
Those matches in the USA and the Caribbean.
Caribbean. So Sammy would be very pleased with his charges
Good
so far.
stuff, that from Kamar Dixon. Quick to send his partner back. Good communication there.
One of the things I'm kind of concerned about, Mali, is the ticket sales. Already here, a lot of people have been complaining about that aspect and the cost. Overcompleted. So I think Barbados right now, they're not going to take any chances at all. 34 bowled, 141 for 5.
Why should they? We've got everything in control at this stage. We did say, you remember when this pair came together, based on how I saw Kamar Dixon just shaping up, it was our first time actually watching him, but the way he shaped up, just got onto that front foot, played very calm, played very calmly indeed. We thought this partnership was absolutely key, and it's proven to be the case.
The highest partnership so far of the game.
That's the area, I think, the next stage of young passer-arms development. Hitting the ball a bit straighter and also recognizing the length. He's quick to pick the length when it's short, but when it's fuller, just a little slower in which to do so. Very good batting, though, from him in partnership with Kamar Dixon. He's on 27 for 52. Pass around.
Yeah. Dixon, who is on 36 from 76, comes into strike.
They've just settled things when it seemed like all was falling around them. Took the sting out of this Jamaica attack.
Good afternoon to all the folks who are listening in Jamaica, Barbados, Dominica, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, all around the world, as Mali rightly called it, flighted delivery. It's not comfortable in that area. Hall, Damari Hall looks like a good cricketer, Mali.
Yeah, he does.
It's not bowling bad at all. Don't think we've seen the best of him yet.
He said he would have bowled. We've gotten 2 for 26, I think, in his previous match off his 8 overs. Brought himself on last as well, so he's quite reluctant to bring himself into this Jamaican attack, giving his bowlers the opportunity.
That's the sign of a good leader.
He seems very capable indeed.
Partnership is 169 from 127 deliveries, Mali. Over number 35 comes to an end.
Yeah, another good all-round prospect, Demario Hall. So just another name to jot into your book there, Vern, if you don't have his name already, in terms of some of these young players that have stood out to you.
The only pressure is his expectation.
Yeah, for whatever reason, though. You know, we...
At my answer today, he scored a half century.
Yeah, it's good to just identify these guys and just...
But you don't have to score 150 for us to be able to know that you got some talent. From Trinidad and Tobago, I like Zach Maraj. Keeper is already up again. Wide delivery.
I'll tell you a story about a 15-year-old. His name's David Warner. I would have actually had the pleasure of playing club cricket with him in Australia in 2002, 2003. And just to compare and contrast, David Warner as a 14, 15-year-old.
It's 22 years ago now.
Yeah, he was already playing men's cricket.
Him and along with Kawaja?
No, Kawaja was playing for a different club, Randwick and Petersham. He was playing for Eastern Suburbs. special talent indeed, who's already playing first grade cricket at that age. Very dominant as well. Had all the strokes, was already playing the switch hit, the reverse hit, everything. So you may see that now and think, nah, this guy's been practicing that since he was a little nipper. Just to see his development. He's playing for the Australia under-19s team as a 15-year-old, so that would tell you something as well.
Yeah, well, he had to be a special
Yeah.
based on what you were talking about.
100%.
And he's gone on to be one of Australia's top players as well in all
one of
formats.
the best players in the world. That's another thing. Yeah, he would have made his debut in Test cricket for Australia, having not played first-class cricket for his state. He would have played a first-class match, but he wouldn't have been making the New South Wales 11 regularly at the time. Just goes to show you the strength of that New South Wales team as well back then.
But you have to have somebody who can spot talent to recognize that and who understands cricket. Most of the times we have a lot of people around here, their emotions cloud their judgment. Over comes to an end. No, we got one more. One more delivery, 144 for 5. The partnership is 71 from 132, the highest of the game so far in a low-scoring affair. So over finally comes to an end. Partnership 72. The last wicket fell at 73 for 5. It was 73 for 4, 73 for 5. There was a double strike. It's now 145 for 5. Talking about some cricketers, Mali, I want us to give congratulations to Sunil Narayan playing his 500 T20 game. His
Interesting.
13th season.
Yeah,
For one franchise.
you could tell in his little comment there in the post-match presser. Here's the 500 more. So he's someone who's not looking to stop anytime soon. So all right.
Join the list of names. Kyron Pollard, Dwayne Bravo is somebody.
His countrymen, actually.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you that contribution that Trinidad in particular would have made to the T20 game.
And that was like a long time ago. Started under Darren Ganger, and they went to the first. Was it the World
Champions League.
Champions League.
But that's also because the Caribbean, if you remember, the West Indies, this was before the CPL, so we had our Caribbean T20 tournament. And the winners of that tournament would be the representatives for the West Indies in that Champions League.
Yeah. And just to let the folks know that the T20 was born right here where we're commentating from.
I think that's highly debatable. I think it was born somewhere in Lodge or somewhere out there, but I think the first T20 competition was played in England, to be fair.
England?
Yeah. It's amazing if you think about it.
But they have tend to move away, and they've introduced the 100 and, you know, spin around, so they've always been, you know, trying things.
Yeah, they've always been quite innovative, haven't they?
Water break coming up again. Umpire Bertil Baltimore has informed the teams already.
I think it was just seen as a bit of fun, really, at the time, especially in England. That's where I would have played my first T20 matches. Just seen as a bit of entertainment for fans.
Now, India's turned it into a business model. In fact, almost everybody around the world.
I think that's where we actually, that's our
Pet peeve?
No, it's been our contribution. That's where Stanford would have contributed heavily in making it viable commercially. They would have seen the product here at the CCG, Stanford, formerly the Stanford Cricket Ground, a carnival atmosphere. the music, the explosion, the black bats, the lights, the zing bales. All that stuff was started here, those innovations. Lights on the bales and the like.
37 bowled. 146 for 5. We'll take a break, and when we come back, don't think there's another twist to the game, Mali. Barbados 246. Looking to get across the line here. That's the code. 146 for 5. 37 overs bowled. And really, the win has been knocked out of the Jamaica team. There's appeal for a run out. I think he's in quite easy. There's no review.
I think this partnership has just knocked the wind out of the sails, Vern. What a partnership it's been. Came in under high pressure, both Dixon and Parsaram.
Oh my, I think he's out.
Should have been given.
Let's see that again, Jason.
I did see the umpire almost shake like he said yes, but the finger didn't go up. Let's have a look at that. After the delivery. After this delivery, we have a look at it.
Robinson is back.
Was that a bit of a lapse?
Batsman didn't shoot his didn't ground his bat there, Mali.
Is that a bit of a lapse in concentration there? Not only from the batter front, but also the umpire at square leg.
I'll see that again. Keeper having a torrid time, a bye signal again. He's in the wars. Keeps going onto the blind side. Let's get the run out there, Mali. He was late in backing up. The fielder picked up. He didn't shoot his bat. Direct hit. There we go. Bam!
Out.
He's out, run out.
Out. And even then he's not anywhere near, and the stumps have been, the bails have been dislodged. So a missed chance there by the umpire. That's hammered over that backward point region with Parsaram spoke about at length how he loves the ball in that region. Loves to hit the ball behind square. Throwing the hands at that one. Makes good contact. Barbados romping home now. Just 17 remaining. But you never know. If the umpire could have given that one, it would have just opened up an end, wouldn't it?
It certainly would have. 150 up for Barbados. They need 17 in 75. 152 for 5. Robinson. Full toss. Driven to cover for 4. But square again.
His strong area. Full toss this time from Robinson. Driven. Once again, square of the wicket. Slightly more forward of square this time.
Score goes to 156 for 5. Barbados 246 under 15 team. They're looking to go 3-0. First game being rained out. They need 13.
Unfortunate that game got rained out as well between Guyana and Barbados. Two teams at the top of the standings.
Be beautiful to see. Full toss.
Is that close to a no-e?
No, I don't think he's going to call that.
Umpire says it's fine.
If he missed the run out, he'll miss that too.
Oh, Lord.
Partnership is 83 from 144.
Going over the wicket now is Robinson.
Yeah, that's where he should have started from in the first place.
Still getting good carry through to the wicket keeper though. Corny Robinson.
I've penciled him already in my talent corner. Wonder who the selectors are on this trip. We'll be selecting a squad.
I think I was told it's the chairman. I think he's one of them. The chairman of the Leeward Islands Cricket Association will be helping Cricket West, not association, chairman of selectors, Leeward Islands Cricket.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Oh, along with who?
I'm not sure about anyone else. I know of his involvement.
Graham West has to be in that conversation. Find it strange if he's not. Ryan Nurse also too should be in that conversation as well. I know there's an under-19 camp for the girls taking place in St. Kitts and Nevis as we speak. So over number 38 comes to an end. It's just kind of strange, Mali. Women's tournament was completed and the media didn't even get a chance to ask the selection panel how was the squad selected. I just saw a press release.
Well, I think they could ask us as well, considering we watch quite a few of these matches. Especially if they're just struggling for selectors at this stage.
Sometimes we tend to pick, Mali, players from just on stats alone. You have to be able to identify a Kadim Phillip at 10 years old.
You have
say
to
that
watch
he's
the games. That's why you have to watch the games, Vern. Innit? Can't just look in the scorebook and think you know what's happened. Doesn't tell the true story, you know?
Okay, you could pick somebody who can't feel. They need 12 runs in 71 balls. Demaro Hall is into his 7th over, not for 20.
How are things going in the other games, Vern?
Give you an update in a little while. Almost look like we'll have a early afternoon here before 4 o'clock. Windward Islands 144 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago 133 for 235 overs. They require 83 90 balls. So that can go right down to the wire.
Windward Islands 144 for 5, chasing 252 versus Guyana.
Yeah, chasing 252. They require 108 and 124 balls.
Another boundary here. We spoke about that sweep shot. He's brought it out, has Kamar Dixon. That's the second time we're seeing him get haul away through that region. Ball pitched outside that leg stump. It's almost a free hit for him. Just that one man.
Bartholomew's batting Mali. He's on 28 not out along with Aiden Scholar. Bartholomew's got 28 from 33 balls with 2 maximums and 1 4. Maybe he played the best shot of the game, right?
It's just 7 needed now for Barbados to pick up their 3rd win.
And you could say win the championship.
Is it?
They're 3-0.
Still a game to play, no?
It's still a game to play.
So if Guyana wins and Guyana hasn't lost the game either.
No, they haven't lost, right?
Yeah.
So
I think Barbados was only leading Guyana by 0.2 points coming in.
0.2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Barbados had 11.8.
Let's see the point system, and if there's anything that extra that went over. Let's see what's happening here. Let's go to the point system, Mali. I think I saw something. We go to that, pulled up here. The point system reads as follows: 162 for 5.
Coming into this match.
Yeah, coming into this one, because a lot of things can change. So we have 11.8, and then we got to look also at the pace bowling points, right? Total points 11.8.
Guyana total points 11.6.
6.
Windward 7.4 in 3rd.
In 3rd.
Leeward 7. Jamaica 5th with 4.2, and TT in the wooden spoon position, TNT, with 3 total points.
Yeah, so
still all to play for.
Still all to play for.
He said it could come down to pace points. They could decide this.
As well as Windwards could spoil that party by maybe trying to keep out Guyana's, which I think would then open the gate now for Barbados, but it still would not be over by a long shot yet because of how closeness of the points.
Yeah, a lot depending on that Guyana Windwards game.
How many pace bowling points did Barbados get today?
I'm not sure.
Well, you had Lane picked up a couple. Yeah, so it'll be pretty interesting. So it's almost like a stroll in the park now. It's maybe 1 hit away. They need just 6 singles. Plummer comes back into the conversation. They need 6 in 64. Net run rate could also come into play here as well.
The Seamers picked up 6 wickets between them for Barbados today.
Wow, okay.
3 for Chase, 2 for McCombie, and 1 for Hines.
Goes hard at it. Slice down to 3rd man. They get a single. They need 5 now. Keeper is having a torrid time, Mali. He's out of position every time. He's missed some buys.
Young boy's back though, Wayne boy.
Yeah.
Wayne Plummer.
Good little find here for Jamaica, Wayne Plummer. Somebody that they can work with.
Probably came into battle a little too late for my liking.
Yeah, he certainly looked better than 2 or 3 of the players that would have batted a lot earlier.
Yeah, you think you want players like him in as early as possible, really.
Give him some time based on his size and his strength to spend some time at the crease.
He plays quite well straight down the ground, makes good contact. So
is looking to rotate the strike and run. Something we don't see from some of the bigger boys.
Probably doesn't possess the strength to come in where he comes in, especially towards the back end of an innings just yet.
Might have been a headache for the coach, maybe learning this team, because when I went to speak to him, he said 12 new players So he's maybe still trying to figure out, coach and manager, where to fit the pieces of the puzzle.
We even saw that affecting the Leewards. You know, these coaches still learning their players. We saw Andre Daniel coming at 8 in the match.
Yeah, he's much better than that.
Then after that versus the Windwards, he's in the top 6.
I think he should be batting anywhere close to about 4 based on his technique. And you know, somebody's trying to tell me, well, he doesn't run or whatever, but trust me, he understands the game because he moves it, he maneuvers it around.
And I think they would have tried that end of that over from Plummer, just 2 coming from it. I think they would have tried that because at first, watching Jacquan Athens, he would have been coming in more at the number 5, number 6 position. Probably just giving these guys an opportunity. But with his ability to find the boundaries the way he has, it's almost prompted them to make that change, get him up in that top 4.
Lashambergen continues his good form.
Another half century, a big half century this time. Is that his 3rd of the tournament?
3rd of the tournament. Sixth of the time that he's been here, because he scored 3 against the Windwards in the
warm-up
matches.
Yeah, 6 halves in 7 innings. Also just shows you the importance of having that preparation, right? Having these warm-up matches. The benefit of these warm-up matches.
The more you play, the better you get. If you had another round of this competition, Mali, it would have been even a lot more keener.
Definitely. Definitely. But to be fair, you can almost see it in these two teams. Barbados seem to be the more well-oiled unit.
Yeah, simply because of their depth and their experience over a Jamaica team with 12 new players.
Yeah, I'd bet money that they've played a lot more cricket than these guys as well.
By far. Yeah, he does anyway in that area. As you rightly said, Mali, this is another area of development that he's going to have to work on.
Yeah, it's just recognizing these fuller length deliveries. He's quick on anything short, but especially off the spinners, when it's a bit fuller, he doesn't transfer the weight quite as positively. Just there, even hanging back. Well played though. What he does have is a good hand-eye coordination, right? So even when he gets in trouble, maybe he's not in the best position, he still uses his hands.
The pitches they play on in Barbados as well too help them for that. They tend to have more bunks so they can hit through the line of the ball. Not all the pitches, but at least, you know.
But passer, I'm not sure if he would have grown up in Barbados or not.
No, he looks like either from Trinidad or from Guyana, family oriented. But he's been able to force himself into this Barbados team. We never know. He may have
been born in Guyana, but there's a possibility he wasn't.
Yeah, or maybe he might have been born in Barbados.
So as he said, just one lusty blow away now, Barbados.
And then we'll hear the horns coming out.
Been good support from the Barbados contingent.
Elvis Howard said his office has been his computer today. He's got it screamed into his television.
Former Barbados youth selector, Mr. Elvis Howard. Manager as well. Barbados youth team manager.
I wonder if he's anything to Tony Howard. Should ask him a question or two. $165 for 5. Gives his hand away. Gives his hand away. Trying to be extravagant. No need for that, Mali. Wanted to finish it in style.
But look where the ball went. It did go in front of square, but didn't really make solid contact, did he?
No.
Weight on the back foot once again. That's just an area in which he can improve, but fantastic innings from Rajiv Parasuram in conjunction with Kamar Dixon. This partnership, as we said, we did say so from the inception, this partnership will go a long way in terms of getting Barbados the result.
And he's been recognized for his efforts by the backroom staff and so too the coaching staff. He wanted it to finish it in glory. Didn't happen today.
It's got a message from Elvis Howard,
What'd
just
he say?
reminding us he is of no relation to Tony Howard.
And there we go again.
He's chairman of selectors, this Barbados youth team.
Howard, Drakes, Hines. There's so many. It's just amazing, eh? You know, that's the difference, Mally. In St. Kitts and Nevis, if you're Richardson or you're a Willett or something, you always just seem to be affiliated in some sort of family. Somebody dig deep.
Not so much in Antigua.
No, it's a different ball game.
Not too many Richards
A lot
relations.
A lot of Phillips.
A lot of people thought that me and Austin were family growing up. A lot of people that thought me and Austin Richards were family,
Yeah,
but
that was it. Yeah,
it's not the case.
it's amazing, eh?
Mm.
You go to Anguilla, you have a lot of combination of that. The Adams, the Richardsons,
Yeah, they're all related.
the Hodge,
Yeah.
you name it.
Clans, the banks.
The Connors.
Yeah.
All circulated. Guess I'll have to ask Jason. Is it the same thing in Trinidad, Jason? No, Jason says no.
Good afternoon to first player to represent West Indies out of the island of Anguilla, Omari Banks.
Banky's now.
If you're
really
listening,
now taking it to
different level,
with his music.
different heights. I think Moonsplash is coming up sometime soon as well.
Just now. And in fact, what's amazing now to Mali is his daughters. He's got two of his daughters now. It's got a band. Yeah.
Wow.
One playing bass guitar and the other one playing guitar.
Yeah, well, it was all in the family to begin with, you know. Banky Banks would have handed down that gift of music to Omari, and he's just continued on.
I think he's due to be going on a tour just now. He was in the U.S., moving around certain parts there.
I think the World Cup should be an opportunity for him as well, here in the Caribbean.
It'd be nice to see him. Wish we could get a cricket band, Mali. Brett Lee, Omari Banks.
Or a night of performances from cricket bands. You have the Spirited.
Put all of them together
You
on one
have
stage.
Curtly Ambrose, Richie Richardson.
Sir.
You could have Omari Banks.
Brett Lee.
Who else is in Brett Lee's band?
I think Brett Lee's got somebody else who I think plays cricket
Another
as well too.
cricketer.
Yeah. That'd be a good combination. That'd be a seller. People would pay for that one.
It may not be the best night of music per se, but you'll be entertained. Let's say that.
You got Bravo too. DJ Bravo.
Oh God, DJ Bravo. Yeah, you got Chris as well.
Chris is doing his own thing.
Chris
as
has
well.
got songs.
Yeah. So
No one's calling the icon.
you gotta call Marlon
You
Samuels.
gotta call the
You
icon.
must call Marlon Samuels. Have to.
If you want to be truly entertained, you gotta
have
call the
You
icon.
must call the
Especially
icon.
World Cup time T20.
Oh,
You're so pivotal. You're crucial to our successes.
he will bring the energy. Somebody's run out. Somebody could be run out. Oh, game over. Game over if he had hit there. But it's just curtains now. They need what? One run or two? 2 runs in 49 balls. Nobody won't be betting anything here at all. 168 and 65,
And
68 for 6.
That's why we love this Barbados cricketing public so much. Very knowledgeable, but also always engaged. Just got a message through to inform us of Pa Suram's upbringing. He would have been born in Barbados. So he would have grown up his whole life in Barbados. He's now a member of the Wanderers Cricket Club. And that was sent to me by Richard Clark.
Good afternoon, Richard. I'm going to say good afternoon to Emerson Trotman. Hope he's listening as well, too. Trotty. So many of the National Sports Council coaches. Hockey, Adrian Donovan. I know I did earlier give a shout out to Erskine King. Anyone seen Erskine King? Give him my regards. Harold Eastman. Scores are level.
That's it. Match 1, 169. So Barbados pick up their 3rd consecutive victory here by 4 wickets. Kamar Dixon finishes not out on 43. Ramiro Stout just 2 from 3 deliveries. Very comprehensive in the end. Very competitive performance from Jamaica, especially with the ball. They gave themselves an opportunity, reducing Barbados to 73 for 5. But it was that partnership of 80-odd between Dixon and Parsaram that would have gotten Barbados home here this afternoon.
Barbados Cricket Association President, all of the executive members, they'll feel very thrilled to know that the under-15 team is performing creditably. Good sportsmanship between these two. The coaches for the Jamaica team walking across as well. The parents have come out in their numbers here to support Team Barbados. So Barbados winning by 4 wickets, 246. 3 in a row. And we'll find out what's happening. Both coaches and managers meet and congratulate each other. So too are the players. And it's been a very spirited game. In the end, there must be only one winner.
Yeah, and the deserving team coming out on top here, Barbados. As we said, it was an opportunity for someone else to put their hand up and lead the batting performance, with Wiggins departing as early as he did.
A lot of work for Jamaica, but they've got some talent to work with.
This Barbados team just showing its strength in depth, not just with the ball, but also with the bat.
So Jamaica, don't feel down. Keep working, guys. Got some talent to work with here. I like first time I'm seeing Plummer. I think he's one for the future. Hall has not really gotten off with the batters yet. The keeper is going to feel a little very dejected going into that dressing room. He looks like he's been in the wars, Mally.
Yeah, he's looked like he's been through it. Bit of a struggle for him, but also, as we said, valuable education in terms of their development. He's now going to learn to deal with pitches maybe that bounce a bit inconsistently. You'll have to recognize the technique required. Has to stay down rather than getting up as soon as he does, but that's what these tournaments are for.
So folks, the next time you hear us on 360 live will be on Wednesday. The round of matches will see Trinidad and Tobago taking on Jamaica. It looks like this is Jamaica's home venue at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Barbados versus Windwards at Bethesda, and Leeward Islands versus Guyana at Liberta. Before we go, we'll give you an update in terms of what has been happening around the region in the 2 other games which are being played at Liberta and Bethesda. I'll give you an idea very quickly. I want to say thanks to Kadim Phillip and his entire crew for again producing another cricket wicket here. To let you know that after the Cricket West Indies Under-15 Championship, we get ready for the return of the 4-day championship. The Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands, and all of the teams will be going. Guyana struggling, Mali. Not Guyana. Windward Islands are struggling.
150 for 8.
150 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago, 149 for 3. They need 67 and 66 balls. I'm going to Liberta.
Yeah. In fact, it says, 11 overs remaining, 149 for 3, as you said. 67 is 66. 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, that's going to be a tight game.
Game on.
Game on there. So, folks, on behalf, we want to say thanks to Jason and his compatriot here who did an excellent job here today. Marley Richards, Vernon A. Springer, for all the folks who shared their comments with us. Congratulations, Barbados. Congratulations to the folks also in Jamaica. Everybody who viewed in and joined us on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, we thank you very much. Thank you for supporting West Indies cricket. We're out of here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground on an Easter Monday. We're heading to the beach in Antigua and Barbuda. 265 beaches And because it's a leap year, we have found one for the World Cup, which will be taken to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, making it 366. Thank you very much, Jason. Windward Islands are struggling.
150 for 8.
150 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago, 149.